because of Lee Harvey Oswald
Exactly.
was that Mission Control was in Houston rather
That's funny.
And all those it was a couple $1 billion because of the
not insignificant, really.
it wasn't a minor thing, we said. It was huge.
By the way, the assassination occurred in fucking Texas.
We are not going to launch from Houston because it is easy, but because it is hard.
I'm just saying, like, it's not so often you can show a clear, measurable, like, oh, look, this assassination clearly resulted in this other thing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's not very often.
Really? What's the point of assassinating them then?
No, because that's what I'm saying. Usually, like, people, obviously, they have, like, a political motivation. They think they'll control the tides of history. But, like, Lincoln, revenge for the Civil War, makes sense. Still fighting the fight. What's it called? But, like, it's usually, like, a real principle where, it, like, everything just explodes. Especially when you kill the right guy.
No pun intended with NASA, everything exploded.
Right. But no,
Yeah, don't take that.
It's never
Don't take that
often so
personally.
clear that the reins of power don't descend into chaos, that they're handed over smoothly, and that like some political favor, some like stupid little notch on someone's belt gets shifted from, frankly, the obvious location, putting it next to MIT.
Well, that's where Lincoln Labs was there that did a lot of the work. MIT did a lot of the work. Like, it made a lot of sense, like, geopolitically, for taking geopolitics out of it, just like where...
Let me ask you, was there already at that time like a Silicon Prairie? Like, was Texas Instruments around?
Texas Instruments was the scientific calculator company.
I know.
They were not like this big, government contractor.
No. What I'm saying is there's a bunch of old tech from like the Silicon Prairie, like before the Silicon Valley.
Yeah, but they were meaningless. They were...
No, Mike, I'm not saying they weren't meaningless. I'm saying, like, did that only exist as, like, a kind of a leech on...
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to research that. I don't know.
It's an interesting question. But, like, it's just interesting to see, like, because, like, you're never going to find research saying, like, oh, look, here's a measurable distinction as a result of assassination. Because that could obviously be used to encourage assassination.
Yeah.
But, like, this one, it's, like, just right there. It's like, hey, look, Texas won out. The news.
It's all news.
Yeah. Just bumps down, Jewing it up.
That's right.
That is also a Randy thing, is it not?
What?
That's right.
Oh yeah, that's right, cowboy.
Oh, really?
How Randy stole it? I gotta tweak him.
What most people don't realize is that Clownhouse is actually an app where ESL speakers come here to learn what's called English. Not many people know that. This app is actually
We're not doing a good job of it.
It is that
just
That's a good point, but
to learn how to speak what we call English. It's called English. And every conversation that has ever happened here is a complete and total waste of time. It's what I like to call suicide.
ask you a question. Who merged with the other Germanic tribes of Saxony?
You're fascinated with us, Edmund.
I don't know, what? He seems to be gone now.
Are you so obsessed with us?
If Clubhouse was so good at teaching people foreign language skills, the American English, how did you become so good at?
He is still with us. He is the Anon, the shitty Anon down there, the shitty Anon.
Did or not?
No, he's right on the stage.
Well, now he's
Yes, but
he
he's
can
not
only shit on us. He can't even speak
still
it.
listening to us because
Yeah,
he's
but it was a joke.
recording
I know
us.
you're American. That was the joke.
He's still recording us.
Still recovering from the other night, Jeff.
What, me?
Yeah.
What? Were you
You
drunk?
have a pretty thick skin, so I think probably.
What is he recovering from?
Everything.
You don't have to answer
A
that.
whole lot of drama unfolded in, I forget, I think it was Jeff's room, but then,
Actually, it may have been a different room. I can't remember.
So what happened? Tell me. I want to know.
He's upset that everyone still thinks he's a racist.
no, that's not it. It's,
I thought that was a pretty good.
Oh my God! Let Pepe talk.
so, long story short, like on the conservative side of Clubhouse, they got into it with Roger, and I was kind of involved, and then Rohan, you know Rohan from Australia, he's friends with Roger, and so we kind of start getting into it, and then Rohan, he's like, you remember the whole like Hebrew National Hot Dog stupid shit? Man,
Oh yeah,
that
you
was the
and
night
Rohan
with
had beef, yeah.
And then so he starts playing that again. It's like over a year old, and then Roger gets on, and then of course I call Roger names, and then he kicks all of the conservative people out of the room. It was just stupid drama.
He kicked you out?
Oh yeah.
And he pulled an Edmund too.
What did he do?
They played a recording of Pepe.
Oh yeah, that is the Rohan one. But Rohan has been doing this to Pepe since forever. He won't let go.
Oh, Edmund.
What's in the recording?
Was Jay there also?
Invoke your name positively.
The recording is just me saying like
Don't kick him.
stupid shit.
What Pepe failed to mention is that he's a low IQ N-word Tourette sufferer, just like T-Robs. He uses the N-word all the time.
Wait, did somebody kick him?
No, he's in the audience.
Don't
Just
kick
don't-
him.
Hey, I'm not kicking him. Just
I didn't
don't
kick
mock
him.
him because he has
To
good
the
roots.
limit.
Shut up. I love.
Oh my God, he's
Shut up. I love Edmund, and I sometimes give him a mod, but sometimes he just moves the room, so I just don't want him to move the room.
Right. I think that's your favorite.
I feel like that's like an acceptable risk that you gotta take.
Shut up.
Yeah, when you're ready to end the room, you can give him the mod, and then he will do
Yeah, I just don't want him to boom the room. That's all. And
So we did?
Why would
And
Edmund
he
be in the
doesn't-
room then? What would he record?
because he has done it just to fuck up with us.
Yeah, that's
Like I used to give him a mod until like 3 or 4 times he booked the room. That's it. So
So,
I give him a mod when they're like I don't know, it's just 3, 4 of us, whatever. But the thing is that I just don't know when to trust him anymore. I give him mods, but sometimes he just moves the rooms, and so I'm just scared that he will do that.
right.
so Matsui, what's up? We've been ignoring you since you came.
No ignoring. I'm just listening to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You had to listen to this.
Yeah, some shits you say and some things are good. But at the same time, Danny, you know what? I according to what happened, what you're talking about recording things and all this, it's really a ridiculous, bad thing. But at the same time,
Right.
the man or the person in general must be imprinting his principles or her principles. You know, no need to change your words, no need to beautifullize afterwards. If you have a situation or something, keep on it. If you wanted to change it, confess that you said it before, and why you change your mind.
Right.
There's no need to beautifulise and all those things, you know what I mean?
Like, even like about being recorded, I don't have a problem being recorded. I stand there
If
and what I say.
anyone wants to record me, he's welcome, or she's welcome, because I have nothing to fear, because my words are safe, but
Exactly.
you know, but still the recording thing is a really childish thing.
But you cannot fight it. So either say what you want to say or don't. If you stand behind your word, or don't.
Exactly.
Right.
But I don't care about Edmund recording us. Like I really
I know, it's
don't.
all about what you think.
Right.
No, listen, at least with Edmund, you know that he's recording. You have now like these two unknowns, okay? You don't know who they are.
One
They could
is
be recording.
Edmund. The shit one is Edmund.
Maybe, and again, with Edmund, at least you know that he's recording, but the other one, maybe he's also doing it, so you can always assume that someone is
I
recording.
mean, like Princessia records us all the time. And she's that she doesn't.
Why? She listens to it afterwards?
Yeah, this is like she's got a huge archive of like, oh, I heard you saying this. I heard you saying that.
I haven't seen Princessa or Diego for a couple of weeks. I feel like.
Oh, Diego,
Yeah, Diego
a long time today.
I thought it was pronounced Rencion.
No, it's Princessa, because the Arabs don't say P, which is funny when you think about Palestine.
They can't say Palestine.
Palestine. It's like
Palestine.
Can you say it? Spaghetti.
Can I say what?
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti, yeah. And we eat it, by the way.
That's spaghetti.
Spaghetti, yeah.
Now, do you guys can say P, not B?
Yeah, like pizza.
Pizza, you mean?
Falafel and pizza.
You mean pizza?
Yeah, I love very good friend from Egypt. I adore him. And he every time that we would get together in Barcelona, because he was part of my MBA, he would, oh, may I please have spaghetti? We were so much fun of him. I'll eat spaghetti. He was so
That's
fun.
like, but Daniel does a good job with the J's. They don't have J's in Hebrew, so how did that come about, Daniel?
Yeah. For Jays.
Oh, we have J in Hebrew. We have pajama. We say pajama.
I know, but there's no, like, there is no
Hebrew word with J.
Yeah,
No, but we use like American, like we know we.
right, but that's not a letter J, so like,
So then,
No, we use email with an apostrophe.
right, Gimel,
How do we say Jason?
Forget about Jason, Jesus.
Exactly. They have to talk about Jesus as well
I feel
sometimes.
like Jason
No, we say
What about
we say Yeshu, and we say Yehudim. We say it with a Yud. Like we have like you have Meyamo and Mejamo. Same
Yeah.
thing.
yeah?
But you, in English, you don't have the ha sound.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, they have the ha.
they have the hotel.
Hotel.
Why Kill is down? Kelly, would you please come up?
So
She's on listening mode. I don't know. She's shy.
Yeah.
Kelly.
Oh no,
She's connecting.
She's on listening mode. Yeah.
Yeah, she's connecting with her shy side. Like,
you guys have like you guys make the ch sound like refrigerador or however the fuck you say it.
No, I mean we don't have in Spanish from Spain. They use it. They use it as stronger.
What does
Like
chesed
the Israeli. Like
What does chesed mean?
Jalapenos or Jesus.
What does chesed mean in Hebrew?
Hebrew.
Chesed.
But in Spanish, Latin America, in Spanish or Latin America, we say it softer, like
What does
jabón.
chochma mean? Chochma.
Not Jesus, but Jesus.
I think it means the
How do you pronounce
Is it the ego?
What
It's
does
a chokmah.
chochma mean?
Yeah, what is it?
Chochma.
Wisdom or knowledge?
Chochma.
What is it? What is it? Knowledge.
Danny, did you get your question asked about the J?
No, not knowledge.
Wisdom.
Chochma.
Wisdom. Yes, wisdom. More
Is it
wisdom.
chochma or kokma?
You know the difference between mil'el.
Oh, Dios.
You know the difference between mil'el and milra? You know what mil'el and milra?
No.
Ever heard? When you say like where you put the emphasis, like I don't know, Daniel or Daniel.
Accent.
Yeah, that's it. Yes. So it's not chokhmah, it's chokhmah.
Kokma.
Chokmah. Chokmah.
Yeah,
Right.
that's right.
Chokmah. Chokmah. You got it. I got it.
How does
You
one
got
get
it.
I'm
kokma?
the best. I did it.
I will tell you, זהו החכם הלומד מכל אדם. Who is smart? The one that learns from every person.
Obviously.
Wait, Danny,
Like,
where did you come from? I forget. Did you come from Russia originally?
Is it
Or you
No,
were born in
He's
Israel?
Israeli.
Yes.
Yes.
But
Born and
you
raised.
live in Germany.
I live in the I moved like 3.5 years ago.
They have like that rough sounding ch sound, don't they?
Yeah.
It's more like more like a cat would do like a hissing, but in
Hyphen.
I
Hyphen.
think in Bavaria they have more like the
No, but it's a ha back in the throat, not here in the front of the mouth, but back in the throat, like hyphen.
There are other languages that have that sound, though, right?
And I will never make fun of you because I really can say spaghetti.
It is not hyphen. It is not hyphen. It is hyphen.
Yes, it's basically like a very strong H. Like
Yeah, but it's on the back of the throat. It's not on the front.
Yes.
I don't want to think
I
about the
feel
back
like
of
this
the throat.
conversation is ready to transition into
Do
klezmer.
you want me to show you? Do you want to show you where the back of the throat is?
No, I do not need to see the back of your throat, Dan. I don't want to think about the back of your throat.
He said,
I didn't say C.
he said, how do you say
I know.
jaguar?
Let's read from the
Did you
time.
say what?
I said, say jaguar.
Jaguar.
Yeah,
No, say it.
Jaguar.
Jaguar. Jaguar.
Say, alright, can you say Walmart?
Jaguar.
Oh, mom.
Or Jaguar. I don't know.
How do you speak
Say
English?
Walmart.
Jaguar.
Oh, you know what's funny?
Well, no, that's the
Because
one.
I'm
That's
practicing
the one
English.
that,
Yeah.
like when we were.
But the German,
International Jews are learning at the current moment how to speak
If you have ESL teams that speak Spanish and you try to
Why
get them to
is
say
everybody
jaguar,
talking
Okay.
in German, you say like they don't have the W, like the sort of welcome. They say welcome. And
Welcome
so a lot
back
of
to
time,
Clownhouse. Another episode of International Speakers
In a lot of time,
Let's call
shut up for a second. Let me finish my point.
Oh, now
So they don't have the W. They say the so sometimes they will come up like they will say, for example, in Miami Vice, because they think that every V becomes a W.
Yeah.
Well, so
Maybe guys.
pronounce this word.
We're back to Clownhouse, where international speakers
Just
are
write it in the
currently
chat,
learning
Jacob.
how to
Okay.
speak
Say
English.
this word.
No, but
Say this word.
Now, come on.
Don't show
It's
it.
interesting.
Say this word.
Say this word. Poppy Rosen, a French 1930 song about a Jewish girl who just wants a cigarette.
Yeah, so that word is.
Because a lot of Spanish people I know say steak, like they can't say
Yeah,
the S
because
without the F.
they cannot start the like an S with a consonant afterwards. It's very difficult for the
Yeah.
Spanish people.
Yeah,
But
why-
not for me. That's
Welcome back to
funny.
another episode of
Oh,
Clownhouse.
man.
How come
Oh my
you
God.
Edmund, join the conversation. Don't just make noise, please. Edmund, we have enough.
How can you say that? Is that just train yourself to do it?
My God.
In German,
Say this word.
in German, that word.
English.
Oh, stop it.
A way of speaking.
For $100, say this word.
No, I wanted to
In
understand this.
In German, that word would be steak.
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 Well done.
My friend always says steak, and I'm like, no, please try it. It's steak. She can't make her tongue.
The steak.
Yeah, the steak.
Steak.
Jaguar was the word.
in the steak.
Jaguar is the word that like when you would. There
Jaguar.
was ESL kids that spoke Spanish. If you try to get them to say jaguar, they can never pronounce it right. So
By the way, did you see when Trump met that guy from Liberia and told him like, wow, you have really good English. Where did you learn to speak English so good? He doesn't know that this is what they speak in Liberia.
Liberia, they set up that country for former freedom.
But Trump was like, wow, you have like a really good English. Like, where did you learn it? And he's like smiling at him like, because like in Liberia, wow, really impressive. And he's like, what do you want? It's like they would tell me like, wow, your Hebrew is really good. Like, where did you learn it? Like, what? Bless.
you don't have a word that's hard for us. that you know that's common knowledge that's hard for us to pronounce if we're
Oh, that's a good
English
idea.
speakers?
All of it.
Well,
Anything
yeah.
with a head.
I mean, English-speaking people are not very good at languages.
We speak the best language already.
Not in America, neither in Britain.
Okay, so give us a Spanish word you don't think we can get on.
Oh, I'm sorry, but that's right, man.
A very difficult
Mujer.
one.
Mujer.
Wait,
Say
Right,
mujer.
and with that, and then we'll give it a shot without.
mujer.
No, I don't
Yeah,
need
say
to say it. I want to
Mujer.
Mujer. No, not mujer. It's not a hair. It's not a hair. It's a
Yeah.
I can't do the tongue roll with the R's.
mujer. Mujer. It is a little like static, like.
So even if I try to sound like a Mexican, like mujer, like that sounds like super foreign.
Can I get a large iced coffee?
No, that's not.
No, everybody on this app has been calling me a Mexican for years, saying
I don't mean that derogatorily.
No. I've been trolling. What's happened is everybody would say everybody would say, "Oh, Pepe, he's just a fake white. He's just one of those Mexican whites from Phoenix. That's all he is." And then so all of a sudden I'm like, "Yep, guys, I am Mexican. You're right." And
Pepe, it's and you listen to your nasal voice, and they know you're not Italian, so they think you must be what's called a spick.
But Mexicans usually have smaller noses. Italians have big noses, which is why
Not just big noses.
Pepe,
Okay, I will write a couple of words in the chat for you guys to pronounce.
You know when I was learning German in this group, I had
yeah,
No. Hold on, one by one.
welcome back to Clubhouse. This is a social audio chat where
Shut the fuck up, you, Pepe.
I'm gonna sound like he said, "Shut the fuck up." Okay,
Pepe, you?
Okay, añejo.
No, not really.
God damn it. Say it.
Jacob.
Añejo.
Yeah, Daniel is close to it. That's the best one.
Añejo?
I didn't hear him.
It's añejo. But you know, yeah, but it's not añejo. It's
No, it is.
añejo.
This is what you said, but this is not what came out.
Añejo.
Añejo. It's not añejo. It's not añejo.
Añejo.
It has to be shorter, is what you're saying.
No, it's añejo. Añejo.
Añejo.
So you gotta spit in someone's face.
No, because if you say the nye, you're making it as like an N and an E, a niejo.
Welcome back to
Not an
Clubhouse,
añejo.
everyone. This is another episode of Super Stupid.
Añejo.
Gotta be
Añejo.
It's not hypnosis. Just repeat the word. Añejo. It's not hypnosis.
This was the shortest doctor's appointment in history. He wasn't late.
Yeah,
was
because he
completely on
has a short one as well.
Just kidding.
Maybe there was not a lot to see. Okay, another one. There's
Cuchillo.
nah, not really. Cuchillo.
Teaching a
Yeah,
new word.
cuchillo.
Learning
Cuchillo.
The yeah, it's not eo, it's yeah, cuchillo.
Cuchillo.
Yeah, cuchillo. Yeah.
Okay, click it.
Welcome back to Clubhouse, everyone. This is
Oh my god!
okay. Learn
Everybody
how to speak.
say goodbye to Edward.
That's it. That's all.
It's always funny, like when he's about his speech goes up, when he's about to be kicked,
Like, please don't kick me.
The words that I have the hardest time pronouncing in Mexico are going to be the ones like when it like cuachuto, I think they're like more Indian in origin, so they'll be like TZL. Then there'll be a Q and like weird shit. Do you know what I'm talking about?
LGBTQR plus.
Okay, there's another one.
Parapléjico. Parapléjico.
Yeah, parapléjico.
What is that?
Paraplegic?
Paraplegic.
Someone that cannot move, that it's
Yeah, paraplegic. Yeah.
paraplegic, whatever.
Paraplegic.
Okay, let me try this one. Although this one I think it will be easy for you guys because they're very similar to English, the way that they're written, but not the way that they're pronounced.
Ooh, a tricky one.
Psychological.
No.
I'm pronouncing it in English. Psychologo. Oh, psychologo.
Ecologo.
What was
With a J, no?
No.
With a J, not a go.
No.
what was the word for
It's
paraplegic?
a good.
I missed that.
Paraplegico.
Parapléjico.
Paraplegico.
I'm
Psychologo.
gonna go with the easiest pronunciation, Daniel. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is it
No, but
psychologo?
Daniel has got a good pronunciation. It's
Yeah,
Spanish.
yeah.
I think that Hebrew is very compatible. in
He's
terms
already
of
like
vocals.
speaks more than one language. That's probably.
No, but specifically, I know that I do like I'm
The
able to handle
phonetics.
some
Yeah. the
German. They're
phonetics.
really impressed. I tell you what, when I speak, I don't speak really like my German is very basic, but my pronunciation is really good. So when I do
Yeah.
my like little German, they actually think that I speak German. Like, oh, I'm like, no. It's only and that's it.
Yeah,
And then your
it's
husband-
the phonetics
that's
are
it,
similar. Like
Yeah.
the last one is psicólogo. Psicólogo.
What language do you speak in? Does he speak Hebrew?
He speaks. Yeah, it's like we speak English between ourselves, but he can understand and he can speak Hebrew. I guess now, after we moved here, like for 3 years, then I guess it will maybe brushes off. But I know that when, in his work, when he meets Israelis and he speaks Hebrew to them all of a sudden, they're like, what? Because he's like completely like German, like he's not in an Israeli company. They don't expect it.
Mm.
But he still has like the German, not German. He has his own accent. We both have our
I
own.
have a question. Maz, are you still there?
Yes, please, yeah.
You
Is that you in the
pick up all
PTR?
sorts of
Yeah, I'm here.
you pick up all sorts of colloquial English hanging out in these rooms?
I'm sorry again, and slowly, please.
Do you pick up a lot of colloquial or like street
Colloquialism.
language? Colloquialism like, hey, let's go, as opposed to
Like slang.
be gone.
Not slang, like
What's up instead of how are you?
Oh, you mean the slang language?
Yeah.
not really slang. It's like, but not just like
It's not
the way that people
textbook
actually talk.
Yeah, exactly. The way people talk as opposed to the way they would teach you in school.
No, not in school. We learn this, but some people speak with that way. I don't really
No, I
follow
mean,
that.
do you get it? Yes, if you learn from Clubhouse.
Yeah, a lot of in Clubhouse, but I don't really keep in these rooms. I don't really, I really think that it is a fake way of talking and fake way of showing things, which is not you. You know what I mean?
No, it's the true way. That's the point.
And it's the true way, yeah, because it's like street English. It's not
That's
correct
the way people
English.
Not really, because some neighborhoods is according to the class of the neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Quran.
So speaking of that,
It's standard Arabic.
There's one thing to speak, like, when you're with the Queen of England, you speak one way.
Yeah.
When you're with the people who, like, service her, you speak another way, but it's good to know both.
So, can the Americans in the room please explain to me the concept of axe? Like I ask you, and
No,
why
it's
does
just
like
black.
what?
You don't want to know.
But I know it's mostly black. But why? It's not
Say axe,
No,
not
it's
axe.
because they make it their jargon, I guess.
Daniel, it's a lot like what pejoratively is called Ebonics and what professors call
Yeah.
African American Vernacular English, AAVE.
Or Pidgin as
It's
well.
a way of speaking to create a subculture within a community that allows a community to talk without other people outside of the community knowing exactly what they're saying.
Yeah.
No, we all know that it's only this word, and to me, I don't know, as an outsider that don't know this AVG, whatever you said, they just sound dumb.
Well, there's like a lot of So a lot of the English that was introduced to, what is it? Like mostly like with the Ulster Scott dialect. So it was a lot of the like ain't, I guess, is from BIM. A lot of the poor grammar, like what she be doing, that kind of stuff. Like there was like a white underclass in the South that did kind of speak.
But this is like,
And
it's more like
dumb on
shortening, or like,
but
but
then
it's
they
like
kind of
shortening words. It's like kind of skipping like some consonant or whatever. It's not like this with the X. I mean, it's the same amount, and it's like a very short word. And it's, it just, I don't know, for me, every time that I hear it, it
You're
sounds,
just noticing that one word because it's highly noticeable.
and it just sounds like, it's like, it sounds like people that are uneducated to me.
kind of. Some people. I mean, I had
Yeah,
like
it's
a
like
class in
people
college
like
that
low life.
Wait,
that
what
like,
word?
would say that axe.
X.
But she
Uneducated
didn't use that, but I think
people-
it's just like a habit from like childhood. So it's just how people. She was from Houston, and like
Who is
she
she?
wasn't stupid. A boss I had while I was in college, like she would sometimes say axe, but I wouldn't say she was necessarily uneducated. She just. I think it was just
Unnecessarily
it's something
It's
she
like
just.
intentionally wanting to, it's exactly what Jacob is saying, is intentionally trying to create a subculture so that they feel that they have got like an inner circle, you know, and everyone else is outside of it.
So here's
I mean,
what
that-
I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if that wasn't intentional. I'd be surprised if that wasn't intentional.
here.
Yeah, it's kind of like trying to mark like, oh, this is how we speak,
Hold on.
you know,
Let me define it.
sort of
What's
thing.
intentional is the wider AAVE, but axe itself comes from an ancient Old Middle English pronunciation.
Oh, really?
Here's what ChatGPT has to say. The pronunciation of act as axe, A-X, as any axe me a question, is a well-documented feature of some varieties of English, especially African-American vernacular English, AAVE.
I think you're falling for the black narrative.
No.
It's hold on, just listen. It's not unique to Black Americans, nor is it a mistake. In fact, its pronunciation has deep historical roots in English. The AX pronunciation goes back over 1,000 years to Old English. In Old English, the verb was spelled A-C-S-I-A-N or axian, A-X-I-A-N. Both were considered correct. And so it says, why is it pronounced this in AVE? When African American slaves learned English in colonial America, they often learned English from people in the South where the AX pronunciation was still in use. Over time,
Yeah, but dude, this is a new narrative. This is how they want to.
No, but this is-
how, yes, this is how they want to justify.
No. The Ulster Scots are notorious for they have a different. The Ulster Scots have a completely different
I want to give a voice to the
pronunciation and
voiceless.
Yeah,
grammar.
thank you. I was gonna do
One
the same,
second.
Daniel.
I want-
Can you go
God damn
and
it.
tell
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, exactly, Kelly. Can you read what she's saying? Because I want to
Yeah,
give voice
so
to the
Kelly said, Daniel, it's a group signifier like slant, but it's more of an accent, like a slang, but it's more like an accent. And then she says, everyone does it in different ways. Oh my God, no, you're slow, Jakob. Unlike most of you all, I live around black people. I'd like to inform you that they speak English and they are verbally competent. Yes, exactly, I agree with her. This is just like a slang that they're doing. It's like a group differentiator, exactly
that's
that.
what I said, a group differentiator.
Yes, but they just start talking about all this stuff, and I agree with you.
Old English.
But the Old English does come from. It
Okay,
does
but
come from
wait,
these people.
Wait, I agree that this might have been a way that it was used before, but it's not the reason why they're doing it today.
Correct. It's a group differentiator. That's what I said. That's what I started with. But it's historical thing is that's how they got it. But why they continue it, and more importantly, why they create a much wider degree of words choice that is highly differentiated, the so-called ebonics, which is a terrible word.
Yes.
It is really called AAVE, is a much wider group of words used to differentiate a subculture from another culture.
She says, if Old English mattered, I would say axe. I agree, but this is kind of like this narrative that you were reading is what they use as to justify their wrong pronunciation. But they are competent, as Kelly says, in speaking English. They were taught good English. They do it on purpose.
Not all of them.
Correct. It was just saying where did it come from originally, not why did they
Yes,
continue
but
it.
it's not the reason why they are using it
I
today.
didn't
They're
say
trying
it
to
was.
make a
There's
point.
2 points. There's 2 points to my statement. I didn't say it's why. Just because it was from Old English isn't why they're saying it today. That's the origin point. Why they're saying it today is a differentiator.
Well, I would say that you do get uneducated people from the South, and that will include some black people, that is their normal way of speaking.
Because I heard other people say it.
Yeah, I mean,
Kids growing up today who have no correlation to 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago,
Yeah.
or 200 years ago are hearing it from their parents and their peers, and that's just the way that they pronounce it.
Right, Issa, are you familiar with, like, I guess the term would be like rednecks, or like how
Yeah.
they often will speak? They use
Yeah.
a lot of the exact same words, not completely,
Y'all.
entirely the same, but
Yeah,
very
y'all
similar.
is something that's
Y'all is redneck. No, y'all is
Yeah,
Texas.
No, y'all
Y'all
is definitely redneck.
It's in the South. It's complete redneck.
But
It's
y'all
West Virginia.
is a contraction. It's
But it's
Actually, wait a second.
I have a friend.
There are actually many more
Texas.
words. There used to be an actual word in English for a plural you. It was not y'all, but there was an actual word like there is in Spanish and French and things like that. No, I forget what it is.
I think it's very inclusive, actually, y'all.
No, y'all is very good, but that's an invented word. There was a real word in English.
Yeah, but
I'm from New York, and I say y'all.
y'all is not a new word. Y'all is a contraction. It's the same as your or I'm instead of saying I am.
No, it's you all.
Yeah, but it's an adaptive contraction, meaning you'll hear it from West Virginia's south, and you'll hear it maybe out to Nebraska or someplace like that. It's in New York and Boston. You do not hear y'all. You just don't hear it. I happen to use
Yeah,
it.
I get it.
If only there was a book pinned to the top that explained this whole thing.
Oh, amazing.
But that's like that's probably the
Kelly.
most, that's probably the book that is the most, I guess the book that's the most popular, that kind of explains it. He breaks down into the where the language came from, because they speak, when you hear a lot of what you hear in the African American vernacular, that is to me it sounds just like Southern. Well, it sounds Southern. You said you're from the South.
Right. And so I'm trying
But we used to say, in Old English, we used to say,
Jesus.
thou and he,
She needs to have a voice.
and ye and you were plural. Ye and you were plural. Thou and thee was singular. Then it changed.
Welcome, Kelly.
I just want to. None of you are incorrect. None of you are incorrect about some of these things. It's just how it matters today. Some of this stuff is just irrelevant. The last point that I made, I believe to be generally true, and not as a white person, but as a Southerner, because Southerners of all colors, all stripes, Southerners that don't want to either sound Southern and say y'all, or sound black and use AAVE. This is what they like. This is their belief, and it's also just not seen as pejoratively down here, because it is very common and very acceptable for people to code switch, and I'm using that phrase in a completely non-pejorative way. I would not go to a job interview and sound the same way I would after I had 2 glasses of wine, right? Like, and neither would someone who says axe. They would say axe.
That's the same thing for me. I
As a
drink.
teacher in New York City, I tried
Want
really hard.
to?
Because your point about people judging people based on language, they think you're smart based on your language. And I really tried hard to get my kids to not say, I didn't do nothing, which is a double negative,
Yeah.
which means they did something. So I kept on trying to get them to say,
Maybe they actually meant to say I didn't do nothing.
no, they literally meant I didn't do anything, which is I didn't do anything. But they
She's joking with
a
you.
lot of Americans. No, I am not joking. Oh, you're not.
No, me. That's my job.
Yeah, a lot of people say that, Daniel. But
Maybe they didn't do nothing.
Yeah,
I ain't did a goddamn thing.
Yakov, you're totally right. Let me add this one thing, and I'm about to go out of signal, so I'll just go back to the audience because I've got to go to another appointment. But you're completely correct about like the way people speak and trying to curtail it. But you can take it too far, right? Like you just have to correct people, especially if you're in an academic setting, because there is such a thing as correct English, and trying to pretend like people have some kind of a culture that doesn't allow them to correct for appropriate English is a huge problem. Now, this I'm not saying that this doesn't happen in the South. It absolutely does. But in the South, it's not something that's a black thing, because Southerners, like regardless of color, do this also. Like it's just a thing in the South, so it's not something that people look at as marginalized. But it is totally true that where you have this problem, it's because people have tried to be nice and be like, no, we should just allow people not to have to code switch at school. But they have.
What I'm talking about in New York.
But they have to. I understand. I'm just trying to make a broad point, agreeing with you because I'm going out of signal.
Okay.
The thing that like the code switching thing, all of it is made worse when people make allowances in school, because no job is going to say that's okay, right?
Exactly, and that was my point, is you may speak this way in the school, but when you go for your first interview and you talk like that, they're going to think you're an idiot. And unfortunately, that's the terribleness of our culture, is that we judge people based on how they talk, at least around here. Other places, sure. And I was just trying to get them to understand the double negativeness of their speaking. And eventually, some got it and some didn't. And I wouldn't berate them, but I would just point it out the first time that they said it.
Kelly also brings up an interesting point too, that isn't every point made by a woman a broad point?
Isa, I have missed your rooms.
I think you were making a point about broads.
I'm mad.
Hey, Beth.
Hey guys, yeah, I haven't been able to
What
find
do you
Isa
like
in
about this
forever.
room?
Well, I saw Cal popped in. I got to hear the last of that. I've been trying to. I have a whole bunch of house projects going on right now. But Pepe, I have heard your name more. You know what? You're famous on this app. I'm like, now what did Pepe do?
I was famous on this app when it was big. It's just I'm saying offensive, outrageous shit.
Actually, that means you're more relevant as a percentage, Pepe.
Yep.
Because if you were X when it was 1,000X people, now you're X when there's only 100X, so your percentage is larger.
Ask, not X, Jacob.
That was X's in the variable.
I wonder, is my mom would say, she would say instead of wash, she'd say wash. And I know there's people.
The
Yeah,
wash.
She grew up
that's
in
a
the
big
DC
one.
area.
That's a big one.
But that's also very British, is the washing.
She grew up in
DC, the Maryland accent is terrible, and the Pennsylvania accent is so bad. Philadelphia.
outside of DC.
Yeah, she says water.
I thought that was a New York thing, water.
DMV area is kind of weird. Yeah.
DMV is weird, yeah, totally weird.
Department of Motor Vehicles is strange everywhere.
No, the Delaware, Maryland Valley.
I know.
Geographer, come on,
I
Jim.
thought it meant DC,
Kidding.
Maryland, Virginia.
That was inside joke.
Have I been wrong the whole time? Holy shit.
I think it's Delaware, Maryland, Virginia. When you get, the Virginia part is called Delmarva.
I like Delmarva is exactly the place I was just about to say, that little point in the eastern shore. That's
Delmarva Peninsula. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, Ocean City, Maryland is a fun place to go to.
The doctor was fine, by the way. Thank you for asking.
You already told us that it was small. It was a short appointment because he didn't have much to see.
Daniel, did you read that?
The results,
plan. It didn't get a
Are
lot
you
of...
okay, Hela? What kind of doctor?
The results will come only in 24 hours, so we will have it tomorrow.
Yeah, ask me tomorrow.
Actually, Caleb, when you were leaving the room for going to the doctor, I said, I hope the constipation gets better, but you were already gone.
I was already gone. No, you can set, my bowel movements are like a German train schedule.
That was more information I needed to know. Thank you.
But I would say it should be more like Swiss, because Germans are not really good at punctuality.
Really?
Yeah, their trains are very late. A lot of
That
times.
was
Like,
that joke went straight over your head because that was both like a German joke and a Holocaust joke.
Yeah.
oh my god.
Yeah, we joke about the Holocaust.
Isa, did you say the names in the chat? These are places in Mexico. I'm just curious if you know how to say them. I don't know how to say them.
Let me see.
I don't even try.
It's
We almost
oh my god.
texted.
Techmulecan and Tlaxcala.
What about the last one?
Matlalcuyetl.
You could be correct. I don't know. I don't know.
Matlalcuyetl. Yeah, Matlalcueyetl.
I think these are like. I think these have like what is it, Comtech or like as like whatever the native group language I think is incorporated in it.
There was a lot of names.
Igual, the same as this one, Quetzalcoatl, for example. Oh, it separated it. It's Quetzalcoatl, one word.
I gotta go in a moment, but I want to ask Daniel a question. Did you see that story? It came out in Arab medias that came out in some Israeli papers that there was an idea to float. Israel keeps the Golan Heights in a peace treaty with Syria, and Syria's compensation gets the Tripoli province of Lebanon. I don't know what Lebanon gets for giving up some of their territory, but did you read about that?
I didn't know about the land swap with Lebanon. No.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was complete bullshit, but came out.
So, for example, I am using they got 3 words with X. The first 2 are Mayan words, and the last one is a Spanish word. But the way you pronounce them, so the first one is Ixinche. The second one is Ishmukane, and the third one is Xylofono. So Ixinche, Ishmukane, and Xylofono.
How do you know? Do you just have to memorize which words are?
Yeah, I guess it's just a matter. It's just like English, like when do you pronounce the last E, or when it's just a matter of speaking it. Yeah.
Well, don't you have like are most of the natives in Guatemala, are they Mayan?
Well, so Mayan. So you have like 3, let's say, ethnic groups. Right? Well, 3. A few of them. You have the Aztecs. You have the Mayans. You have the what is it in Peru? Is the Incas and so on. But inside of each of these groups, these are like races, right? Inside of these groups, you got ethnicity. So the Mayans are like the umbrella, but then under that umbrella, you have Quiches, Quechíes, Tzutujiles, you have like 20 ethnic groups, and they didn't mix amongst each other. But Mayans was like the bigger group, and Mayans were different from the Aztecs, and the Aztecs also had like other ethnic groups underneath Aztecs. So in Guatemala, we do have, it's like the Mayan race, let's say, as a big group, but then inside of this group, they have their own races, and they don't even mix with each other.
Can you like tell the Mayans from the Aztec apart, just like by appearance, or is it hard?
Yes, you can.
So I know the Mayans look different from a lot of the other natives in Mexico.
Yes, you can, and also like the Redskins, let's say that we call them Redskins. I don't know if it's called like that in English, but we call them the Indian Redskins, or Indios Piel Roja, which are the North American Indians, the feather Indians, which are completely different to the Aztecs and to the Mayans.
There was like someone said, do you mean headdress Indians or headset Indians?
I call them curry Indians and feather Indians. Headset Indians.
Like even here, when
Because they do customer service.
Yeah, customer service one.
when you get like Mexican immigrants, even like 30 years ago when I was a kid, you'd get like even in the immigrant neighborhoods, you would get like the ones that look Mayan. They're like really short and have like black straight hair and like the eagle shaped nose. And they were like they kind of like seemed like they separated themselves from the other Mexican immigrants.
Yeah. Also, and you see it, for example, so Mayans were from Guatemala and Central America, but then Mexico took a lot of territory from us. In fact, you can see like the borders between Guatemala and Mexico, how it was cut. It's like super straight lines. It was like man-made. But all that territory of Yucatan, Campeche, Quintana Roo, and all that area there, that was Guatemala, and so that was occupied by Mayans. And so now when Mexico took that territory from us, they ended up having Mayans as well. But you can see a clear difference between Guatemalans and Mexicans from the north more, because the southern Mexicans, they're basically Guatemalans. You know, even the accent and everything, they're basically Guatemalans. The traditions and the genetics and everything. But you can tell the difference between the descendants from Aztecs and the descendants from Mayans. They look different. Their nose is different. The skin is different. Even the shape of the head is like.
It's like
more,
very round.
It's like. Well, the Mayans is more round. The Aztecs have got like a wider head. I don't know how to explain it.
Mostly, if you have an Android and you left the room and you heard us from the hallway, it takes you down to the audience for some reason.
But don't worry, we can bring you up again. And you will get your mod back. Don't worry.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Daniel, please, will you repeat what you just said? Why I was down?
When you are in the hallway, you can hear the room, right? Without getting into it.
Well, how is that? I already left the room and I came back and I brought myself up.
When you left the room, you went to the hallway, right? When you were in the hallway, when you scroll, you hear the rooms without going into them, right?
Not on. I can't. On
Android.
Yes.
On Android.
Yes.
And so when you listen to the room from the outside, it puts you in the audience. So when you go back into the room, you're in the audience.
But I didn't really, stay for long listening.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I didn't say long. I said listening. If you heard us from the outside, you are the way that they do it. They put you kind of in the audience. I don't know why, but even I sometimes it happens to me all the time. When I leave the room and I come back, I'm in the audience.
It's really stupid thing from Clubhouse, but thanks for clarifying, Daniel. Thank you.
This is how I know you have an Android and not an iPhone.
Why did they have?
You got me.
You know when Chiapas, Mexico
Give me 1
was
second. Give me 1 second.
Okay, what if I use the computer? I can join Clubhouse from computer.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know from my own experience with my Android that every time that I leave the room and I listen to the room from the outside, I'm being thrown back to the audience. Even if I'm not mod, it doesn't matter.
What were you asking?
Like I know Chiapas, Mexico. When I was a kid, that they were always at war with Mexico. You know, the Indians down there. Were they trying to separate? I could have just Googled it, but like, were they trying to separate from Mexico, or were they trying to?
To be honest, I don't know. I mean, like, this was some time ago. Like, I don't know, probably like 100 years ago, or a little bit more.
They were fighting in the 90s.
Yeah, but yeah, like Mexico took this from us. But I mean, like, honestly, I think that this land is better off with the Mexicans than with us. Like, I mean, look what they did with Yucatan, you know, like they created Cancun, and it's all artificial. Like, these beaches are not are not natural beaches, right? Like they are all these white sand and all of that has been artificially made. We would have never been able to do that. I mean, like they actually developed these lands and made it something beautiful, you know? And it pains me to say that, but yeah, I mean, these lands and the people there are much better off with the Mexicans than with us, the Guatemalans. What did you find online?
What?
What did you find online that they want?
Oh no, I said I should have just looked it up. No, I don't. I think they might have been communists, but I know they were fighting with Mexico in the 90s. I don't.
Yeah, because there are guerrillas and stuff like that, like the militia, you know.
I mean, compared to the rest of Mexico, it's all a jungle.
Also our internal conflict as well with the paramilitary groups. That we signed peace. I think it was at the beginning of the 2000s or 1999 or something like that. Which it was a bad thing, to be honest. Like I would have never signed peace with these people, because basically what you did, or what the president did, is that they just sold the country, you know, because these were terrorist groups. And now by signing peace and negotiating with terrorists, basically you sell the land, the country to the terrorists, and now we have them in the government. They build their own political party, you know, just like with Hamas. And they build their own political party, and now they get to be in power as well. It's never good to get in bed with terrorists.
That's very true.
And this is what we did in Guatemala, and this is what the Israelis are doing with Hamas. And then, or Lebanon, for example, they did that, and now look, Hezbollah is in the government. That's exactly what we did. Yeah, but Guatemala is like super, super beautiful, and of course, not just because it's my country, but it's so rich. You know, we have so many Mayan races. We have 23 Mayan languages that are languages, and they are not dialects. They're their own languages. And you go to certain places, and they still speak it. And you speak with the descendants of Mayans, and they tell you like, oh yeah, well, I am Quiche or I am Quechí, and speaking with them is like, oh yeah, well, my wife is from the other clan, you know, and we're not pure race anymore because we mixed.
Like
so they're
Jews.
very.
Sounds like the Jews to me.
Sounds like what?
The Jews.
Jews do that?
Do they?
Of course, it's the same. It's the same superstructure. It's the same superstructure when you were describing, like, there was like one civilizational, you know, overlay, but then within that there are different groups. We have the exact same stuff, right? There's Jews, there's Sephardim, Ashkenazim, Mizrahim, the Indian Jews, the Ethiopian Jews, the Chinese Jews.
Well, I remember asking Daniel about this. Like, I asked him about is there racial tension between the Mizrahi, Sephardic, and the Ashkenazi Jews in Israel? And he was saying, if I recall correctly, Daniel was saying, like, after the country was first formed, there was, you know, like, maybe they didn't like their kids intermarrying each other, but he was saying that today that's largely, like, not a thing.
I think in this generation, it's
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, it gets better every generation. Yeah, that's right.
And you know, it's like people are more mixed now than when, you know, there was like aliyah or like immigration from a specific country, and they all came at the same time sometimes, so they were all gonna go together. And there was at the beginning a lot of differences in education or even in professions. So it was like very separated, but with time, less and less.
But it might
Many
be
families now are
similar
mixed.
in terms of culture, but like the people under the Mayans, I think is more like a race thing, you know, like they actually believe that the blood is like different, you know, they have different genes. it's like clans, you know, and I don't know if that's the case. I mean, with the Jews, it's more about a cultural thing, right? Like who is religious?
Yeah. No. It's like it could be like a culture. It could be like part of it's religion, but it's also food and like even sometimes like holidays, like the Mimuna, for example, is something that the Moroccan Jews did, but they didn't do it in Ashkenaz countries. It's like the day after the Pesach, they kind of do like all the sweets or whatever. But like different, how do you call it, minagim, how do you say that?
Customs.
Custom, thank you.
I mean, is there one food that does one of the does the cuisine of one of the groups dominate in Israel?
Well, the Mizrahi is more flavored than the Ashkenazi one, and it's more like less presumptuous, or I don't know how to say it, like how to explain it. So it's more common, I would say, more common.
Is there anyone who allows to eat cheeseburgers?
You can find a cheeseburger in Israel, for sure.
Many restaurants have cheeseburgers. McDonald's have cheeseburgers.
Is that like not kosher or some shit?
Yeah, not kosher. You will not find it in a kosher restaurant or in a kosher McDonald's. But
you can get any kind of food there. You can go to restaurants in everywhere. Tel Aviv, shrimp and lobster. You can get all of that stuff.
Yeah, I think that is the gayest part of Judaism, that you cannot eat, that cheeseburgers are not kosher.
Okay.
Well, you said, Daniel,
you
said the biggest culture shock for Israelis was when you had the shit ton of Russians come in? If I remember.
Well, that was the biggest.
That was like the biggest first Aliyah. Like, yeah, it was a huge. It was 1 million people.
It was, but also like each one is a different culture. Like the Russians, the Ethiopians, they are more recent, I guess. So they were like the first Aliyah, then the people from the Arab countries, the people come from Europe, and with, as I said, with generations they kind of mixed, they kind of got used to each other. And then came the Russians and the Ethiopians, so they also need to pass those like 2 generations. But they lose their accent. They kind of have like more Israeli names and not like the Sasha and I don't know whatever. But they still have their own cultures, like the Ethiopian food and the Russian cuisine and all that.
There's a thing.
Did the Americans bring the McDonald's and all this shit when they came to Israel?
It was a big deal when McDonald's came to Israel.
Oh wow! The first, I remember the opening. They had like, I don't know, at McDonald's with like 12 registers.
Yeah.
And they were all like full, and it was like an event. Listen, Israel for a long time, we had like the Arab boycott. So we didn't have many things, from Pepsi to McDonald's to like many things. We had like mostly Israeli products, mostly. And when we got like people went abroad and got like Kit Kat and all kinds of like crazy stuff like this you see in the movies, it was a thing. So when the boycott was over, then all those products came. It was kind of like a thing. Now it's like we're not being that excited. How do you call it? Starbucks tried to come to Israel, I think like 4 or 5 times. They failed every single time. Yes.
Which one failed?
Starbucks. 5 times.
What about
5
Burger
times
King?
they tried. Burger King, yeah, we had. None of it.
Burger. Really?
You know
Yeah,
that?
Pittsburgh.
Where, oh yeah, it's in Paris. I don't know if it's the same still, but remember I had this French boyfriend, and I used to go a lot to Paris. This was in 2015, I think, so pretty kind of like recent. And I used to go a lot to Paris, and they had only one Burger King. Everything else was McDonald's. And so people were crazy to go to Burger King. Like Burger King was always packed because people were not used to it.
It's a whole thing, burger places in Israel.
Well, we have our own.
There's like a whole other kind of burger culture in Israel that I've never seen anywhere else. Enjoying different kind, right, Daniel? Like
in general, it's food culture in general, not just burgers.
It's great food
in general.
Well, you guys come from all over the world, so I'm guessing like you have a shit ton of
correct
culture.
And it's and really good restaurants. Like I live now in Berlin, and I go to restaurants, and it's like it's okay, but in Israel, really every
restaurant, even if it's fast food, it's really, really good food. And I'm not a foodie, but yeah, it's really
Produce is better. The like influences are better. Like the Israeli kitchen is that, as Pepe was saying, so diverse. More and more. Makes sense.
It's also like Japan. In Japan, when you go, they have a lot of fast food, but it's just so varied, you know, and so healthy, and people don't get fat because they can get stuff that is already made, you know, but like rice and vegetables and things like that. But it's all fast food, but healthy, you know, not just like McDonald's.
Yeah, in America there's a problem with the fast food, obviously.
I feel like the Japanese, maybe it's like, I feel like I don't, there's not many Japanese people here, but I feel like there are people that you don't commonly see as fat, period. I wonder if like maybe their metabolisms are like better than a lot of Americans.
Well, it could be. I mean, in that sense, you see that not all of like fatty Asians. No,
they tend to be lean here too.
Yeah, exactly.
Last year, I was in Japan for 3 weeks. I ate like a pig because everything was delicious, and I lost weight. In Japan, well, apart from that, the fact also you walk a lot, which we do also here in Europe, but I was eating a lot. But I was eating a lot of like protein and soups and vegetables and whatever. Like I was getting stuffed, but stuffed of like good things, you know? And they're all like very tasty things because they have like onions and garlic and all of these kind of like very tasty spices as well. But you eat fish, you eat white rice, you eat like, I don't know, it's like simple food and very like, almost like raw, not raw. What's the name? Whole foods, you know, like everything is made from scratch. It's not processed.
How big is the American? Like how big is the American culture? Like what percentage of Israelis would you say have ties to the U.S.? Like they came from here?
A lot. Many have ties. Came from there? No, not many came from there. I guess a few 100,000, but not not a few. Like I guess 100,000. Americans?
Oh, more than that, I would guess. More than that, right?
Like, that did Aliyah from the United States?
Let's find out. Like, in total, in 75 years? Let's find out. How many Americans...
I mean, isn't Netanyahu, was he born here?
Yeah, he was born in Jerusalem. No, he wasn't born in the United States. He was like I think an ambassador to the UN or something like this, at some point. So he was receiving that, and he went to college. Exactly.
All right, you're probably right. You're probably right. It's a couple 100,000 or so.
It's still a lot out of what? How many people total is it?
10 million.
10 million. Okay.
10.
My Guatemalan president, he studied in Israel. He speaks Hebrew.
Yeah, he told me. I read about him afterwards. His father also something, right?
Mm-hmm. The father worked in was the oh my God, ambassador of Guatemala in Israel.
Yeah, I remember reading back then when you mentioned it.
I mean, he's still an idiot, you know, like nobody likes him. He's not doing anything and he's just super corrupt, you know, but yeah, who is Kelly talking about? The president of Guatemala or someone else? She says, Bibi. Yeah, I was like, yeah, that part of the story I haven't heard.
Is Mexico's president, is she the first Jewish president of a Latin American country?
Yeah, but she doesn't call herself Jewish. I think she's an anti-Semitic Jew.
Yeah, she's one of those with I'm a Jew, so I can attack the Jew.
Actually, Bibi, if you look closely, he looks like Putin's cousin.
No,
he's way more
No,
handsome.
like if you see Netanyahu when he was like young, he looked. You know, I don't mean that this is gonna sound like gay, but like you can tell like he's a really good-looking guy.
Yeah, he's coming. He's still like he's I don't know almost 80. I don't know. He still looks good, and he knows how to speak. I mean, like performance is his thing, not other things, but like an actor.
Well, there's that famous picture of him when he was in the military, and he has like an Uzi or something like that in the uniform.
Yeah.
It's the one I've seen.
Yeah, no. And his brother was also handsome.
Is he the one that got killed?
Yeah. That'd be right, yes.
Kelly says that you have thought about his performance.
About his baby's performance? He's a performer, I mean, he can deliver a speech. He can yes, he's a good speaker. Very good speaker.
Oh, so Kelly said that his mom's side of the family lived in the U.S. or came from here. I thought there was some American tie. Yeah, because I thought he was for some reason I thought he was an American citizen too. I don't know why.
No, I don't know.
Because of all that bullshit on X, maybe that's why.
No, I'm talking about this isn't like from shit I saw online. I mean, just like on TV and the news, even going back decades ago. Like, remember?
He just said he had many years in the United States, and he has the English and whatever, but no.
Did he study in the U.S.?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know this.
He went to like MIT or Harvard or something. Like he went to one of the really good universities.
MIT, I think.
Does Israel have a nuclear power plant? Because I know you guys sell.
But the Mona is a known nuclear power plant.
It's a fabric factory.
Oh, Curse is back.
He was always here.
No.
Because I know you guys know Israel sells water that is made from seawater. I think they're the most advanced on that.
Which one? The desalinators?
Yeah. At least that's what the internet says.
That is a Jewish invention.
I mean, we were there. There was like
the thing with desalination is it's power intensive. So I'm wondering, how does Israel do that if they don't have a nuclear power plant? I don't think anyone can do that because it takes a lot of electricity to desalinate.
Yeah, but that was a Jewish invention. The Jews invented that.
No, reverse. I mean, I think it was an American. I don't know if it was Jewish. It was an American. The process is known. It's just it takes a lot of electricity. It's not that hard.
Yes, it's osmosis, reverse osmosis.
Reverse, yeah, exactly. It's like it's a well known, but the thing is, it takes a lot of electricity. So
Yeah,
like,
exactly. But they invented the machine.
Okay, fine. I mean, we can. But the question is, which electricity are they using if they don't have a nuclear power plant? That's what.
Well, they do it also in Spain, honey, and they don't have. They're not using nuclear energy.
We don't have a nuclear power plant, as far as I know.
Wait. You said in Spain? Let me look this up. You said in Spain they have.
Barcelona, look for it. Yeah.
There's natural gas that's used as a power source. There's offshore natural gas reserves.
I wonder how they're circumventing the pricing though, even with natural gas. Oh, so you have access to natural gas. You don't import. You mean you have natural gas?
Yeah.
There is Israel
Did you
does
see
have
also
some
in
natural
Spain?
gas.
In the sea.
Did you also look for Spain?
Well, I'm looking now.
Yeah, what's the name of the natural gas? Was it Goliath or Leviathan?
Tamal.
out my mouth. I need to take it. And Gaza also supposedly
Sandra
has.
is just trying to put the dots together. It's like, oh, how can you afford that energy? It's too much. You for sure you have nuclear weapons then.
No, that's not.
No, he didn't say weapon. He said the nuclear power plant.
Nuclear gas, man. It's
Yeah,
expensive.
but
I
he
don't
was
think
trying to imply as well the nuclear capabilities.
No, I don't really. I wasn't going to it, but I was implying the fact that how are they producing fresh water when the process reverse osmosis is so energy intensive? Like it is really.
Well, but they have got lakes. Isn't the
the Kinneret.
sea is very salty.
Yeah, no, we have the Kinneret, we have the Sea of Galilee. But, we cannot, we need to also create like a plan B, as we say.
You also have the river, right? From the river to the sea. You have that river.
The Jordan River is it's not good water. The only fresh water is the Connecticut.
The cost of electricity, the localized cost of electricity, most of the time is too high when you're using things like reverse osmosis. I think even in Spain, it's probably been subsidized, man, to be honest.
Yeah, just by the government. They have very high taxes. And also living in Israel is not cheap.
And I think there's a difference when you I don't know exactly, when you use the water for drinking versus just for like agriculture, for example.
Well, and the agriculture was a technological innovation in Israel too, and the drip irrigation, and how to.
Who said that?
That's.
So what's talking about the agriculture thing? Because I'm trying to say, are you saying that basically because they use that water for agriculture, they can get their money back?
No, it's a cheaper process. But Daniel, if I'm correct, I think they use rainwater in different reservoirs that's not cleaned, and the desalinated water they do use for drinking, because you also have problems with salt in agricultural water. But you have now in Israel lasted. No, very little. It only rains in the winter, and not enough. You have to collect. You can't just rely on rain. But Daniel, you also have a bunch of what they call tekel with the palm trees that can handle high saline, which was like another agricultural thing done.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Mosanda, they just pray to Allah and Allah sends them the water.
No, the Kinneret is the...
It's not Allah, you mean Jehovah.
No, I mean Allah. So this is what the Gazans do as well. They pray for Allah and they pray to Allah, and the Israel gives them the water and the electricity.
No, you're thinking of Doha.
No, I'm talking about the Gazan. The Gazans pray to Allah, and Israel gives them the water.
No, never mind.
Also the West
Pray
Bank.
to Doha, they send them water.
Well, we have
But don't you give them the water? I mean, the Israel.
And the electricity.
Electricity
And the
to
electricity.
Gazans.
And the West Bank. And the Palestinian Authority.
Yeah, if I were Israel, these Gazans are lucky that I am not the prime minister. Because
No, they're lucky that they are next to us. Listen, any other nation in the world would annihilate them.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, they're lucky that I am not the prime minister of Israel, because I would have cut the electricity and the water. I mean, like, if we are at war, we're at war. I don't have to keep you alive.
Like, I have wondered, like, what would happen if they did that to, like, even a Muslim country like Turkey? I don't.
They would finish them with no mercy.
I don't think forever.
Look
I
at
don't
what
think
the Egyptians
forever.
did to them. Look what the Jordanians did to them. You don't have to wonder.
Yeah, but I don't mean like out of nowhere. I just mean, okay, you did 7th of October, you took all the hostages, I'm gonna cut electricity, water, and I'm gonna go get my cousin.
This is what
I'm not
Yuval Gallant
with you.
This is what Yuval Gallant said Yoav Gallant said like, I don't know, after 2 days, and the entire world were like, oh my God, it's genocidal. No, yes, if we had cut everything immediately,
It's a form of pressure.
No food, no water, no electricity, nothing goes in until you release the hostages, first of all.
Exactly.
And you want to wait, let's wait. Until, and yes, you can cry, and we would just say, release, not even start a military offense.
Yeah.
Just wait. And even say, listen, we are willing, and we could even say every day we will take, I don't know, 10 meters from Gaza.
That would have ended the war very quickly because they would have released everyone. But of course,
Yeah, but they weren't. Exactly. The humanitarians.
Food, electricity, water, and on top of that, media and whatever. Yeah, of course they are going to weaponize the whole thing.
Look at what's happening now with this GHF. That all the UN and all those Amnesty are going like berserk because we are actually giving food to the Gazans while they were like allowing Hamas to be funded. They're going crazy. Every day they're telling stories that we put drugs there, that we execute them, that we, I don't know, every day, like rotten food, whatever. Every day there's a new story. Meanwhile, this is actually the first time that every single day millions of meals are being delivered to the Gazans, directly to the Gazans. But they're
now they're saying, oh, the Israelis are shooting the Gazans.
Every day they're like, yes. And you know what's amazing? Not even a single, like, you know, every day they say like that in the GHF delivery there, like at least 70 people were shot, okay? Why don't you bring a camera tomorrow? Like, show the world. I've never, like, in this entire war, I have not seen one single video where I can see with my eyes an IDF soldier shooting an unarmed or uninvolved civilian. Not even once. In this most documented genocide in history. That's weird. And also genocide. 2 years into the war, 57,000 dead, out of them about half are Hamas. That's not a genocide, right? At some point, this line...
You're just really bad at genocide.
...will expire.
Just
like at what point will it expire? Yes, exactly.
Don't get me wrong, we do have the means. For a minute?
Sure.
Okay, so we've discussed Nexus a couple of times. You remember the part where he talks about like learning the wrong lessons? Like, if in 1920 it would have if it would have checked like income rates, it would have said that women don't know how to earn money and they shouldn't be given jobs. Remember that part?
No. I need to research again.
He was basically saying it. Sorry, I almost choked.
We lost you.
Yeah, no, I almost choked. I didn't want you to hear me coughing. So, he was basically saying is that the problem is like the difference between causation and correlation. So if you're just going by data points without like an intellect, which you know, a predictive module. So if in 1910 it would have looked at income earnings, it would have told an employer, don't hire women, they don't earn money. There's an obvious bias in there, but like you're going by strict data, right? We just saw this happen in Grok. Grok read X, so all the anti-Semitic files, and it learned it. It didn't verify the sources. It didn't go into it and see does this make any sense. It learned what it saw on X, which is a bad sample of real society. X and society don't match each other. The people go to X because they have no voice in reality. And I think it's a lesson that everyone just like skipped. I was like, oh no, Grok became Hitler. I'm not worried that Grok became Hitler. I'm worried that AI doesn't understand anything. Follow?
Yeah, and not only AI, actually what happened to Grok is exactly what happening to many people that are on X. He just kind of like, in a way, showed a mirror of how we can brainwash a person.
Right.
But yes, they cannot verify, they just, if you repeat, and you know, the thing is that in a way, it does verify information because I saw it from reliable sources like the UN or Amnesty and HRW. So like, and there was a report on Al Jazeera, and I'm like, those are your like sources for like saying that it's reliable and verifiable. This is part of the problem that a lot of this
better, but you have
data.
To teach it. You have to teach it. How many times did UN Watch get it right? They said 10,000 babies are going to die within 4 days. Are they dead? Like,
the problem is that this data is being laundered. I mean, Hamas says something, and then Francesca Albanese writes it, and then it's the UN, and then they start basically echoing each other. Amnesty says this, and then HRW says Amnesty, and then it goes to the ICC, and there's a condemnation in the UN. It becomes reality, you know? And even like an AI would not say, okay, no. they all fell for it, but I know better. Like, he's not that smart.
No, it's not smart at all. It's a predictive model. So if it reads a bunch of posts, so it probably has a algorithm that says that, if Mayor joins and has 3 followers, ignore that post. But some of these people have hundreds of thousands of followers. So it's still biased, right? So it's that's the real problem here.
Basically, the majority decides what is true.
And then it becomes self-perpetuating. Then Grok's gonna retweet it, and then ChatGPT will see that it became that's the problem.
And then people will ask Grok because people see Grok now, or not Grok, all those AIs. Even in this conversation, let's ask ChatGPT. It's like it became like the new god. You go, you ask a question, and you get like the truth.
Right. So this is just the canary in the coal mine. Like the problem is this will become development will screech to a halt because this is like Galileo on steroids. You can't say that. Everybody knows that's not true. So we're gonna have to poison you. Like it's.
I think people will just get dumber because I think they will just outsource thinking to all those AIs. Decision making, thinking, writing, creating, people just get dumber. By the way, speaking of Jewish space lasers, nowadays a photo from Gaza of a circle in the sky, and they're like, oh, the IDF is experimenting a new weapon on Gaza that creates those circles in the sky. So everybody's saying, yeah, it's the Jewish space laser.
I'm just curious. So,
I was gonna mute and I was kicked out of the room. Space lasers, circles in the sky? What?
There was a picture, in the recent, yesterday, of, some kind of a circle in the sky in Gaza, and they basically saying the IDF is experimenting a new chemical weapon on Gaza, and then everybody's like, yeah, Jewish space laser. Seriously, every day there's a new story.
I just got done watching. I used to be a fan of his up until primarily Russian Tucker Carlson.
Oh, me too.
The Russian, it's with the Russian and Ukrainian war. I couldn't understand why he was more or less siding with Russia. But I still listen to him, and he seems to have something to say about Israel and foreign policy. I would say for the last at least several weeks.
He's become really cringe. I adore, or I really liked Tucker Carlson, but lately, I'm very disappointed. Since I saw his performance with Ted Cruz and how biased he was, I don't know. I think way less of him.
Going against Israel gives you clout. I see many users that were anonymous before the war, I don't know, a few thousand followers, that now became look at this pop villain. You heard about them? They were nobodies, and now they're me. And the entire platform is death to the IDF. And even this Mandani in New York, the ticket that he goes on is not about anything to do with New York. It's about being anti-Zionist. It's a way to, it's a political power now.
Yeah.
It's become, yeah.
And people are voting for Mamdani because of his stances with Israel. It's ridiculous.
Well, what I wonder is that, I question foreign influence. I understand that, it could be in for Russia's, Russia might find it it'd be in their favor to kind of just cause turmoil, amongst United States and its allies. Then of course there's they're going to be the Middle Eastern countries like Qatar that don't like Israel.
Dude, I might be naive, but I don't think Russia has got any interest in playing against Israel. That would be very dumb.
Excuse me? Russia started it. The KGB was basically Yasser Arafat went to the KGB, and kind of this story about the Palestinian nationality started there.
Well, I wonder how much of it is people like Tucker Carlson But and a lot of the other, as you say, online influencers, they maybe they've always had these feelings. Maybe they've just been convinced of them, or maybe they're being,
I don't think Tucker is necessarily anti-Semitic or anything.
I think it's clout. It's riding this wave and benefiting over it. He has like his own show now on YouTube. He wants to get followers. The easiest way now to get like many followers is like being against Israel.
Yeah. And I agree that he falls into this narrative and that he uses it on the wave. But I think that, and I was speaking with Meyer earlier today about this, my feeling is that there are a lot of people that are not anti-Semitic. However, they start going into this very slippery slope, when they start becoming isolationist. And so in order to become isolationist, they start talking about Israel being a negative power and a negative influence over the US. And then they start going into this rabbit hole, in which like they start pushing or trying to justify more and more their stance by being against Israel. And in order to make their argument stronger, they start like grabbing all these kind of like anti-Semitic narratives, and it's a very slippery slope. I was speaking with Meyer about this earlier. But I don't think that Tucker is anti-Semitic. But in order to push his argument for isolationism and going against Israel, he grabs everything that is near him,
But why would he have
the definition is
on his Martyr made? I was kind of shocked he brought him on. And he's somebody who on Martyr made. I forget what his real name is, but he had him on his show. He's the one who was saying he went on Tucker's show when he was painting Winston Churchill as being the bad guy. Yeah.
Brett Cooper. Brett. He's a revisionist, a historical revisionist. He's a debunked historian who comes up with these. He wasn't even denying the Holocaust. He was denying the entirety of World War II. He was basically saying that Hitler.
Brett Cooper is the girl from the Daily Wire. This guy is another name.
Daryl Cooper,
yes.
Brett Cooper. No, she was fired or whatever. She's. I think she's starting her own thing now.
Yeah, no, she started a week ago with Fox News as a contributor.
Yeah, okay. Did she just give birth?
Yeah.
My daughter used to listen to her. She's like Gen Z hip.
I like her, yeah. She's smart, very smart and funny.
Yeah, it sounded like Daryl Cooper, you're right, Daryl Cooper. He not too long ago sent a very anti-Semitic tweet at our old friend, what's his name? Who would have called himself the Clubhouse Rabbi?
Our Clubhouse friend?
Yeah, the Clubhouse Rabbi from Kentucky. I can't believe Littman. He sent a very anti-Semitic tweet at Littman. Littman probably loved it, but he got himself in trouble, Daryl Cooper, for that. But he's a revisionist. He basically argues that Hitler only wanted the Sudetenland, and he would have stopped. And what's his name from England? I'm losing my mind. The Prime Minister of Great Britain was a
Blair.
No, not Churchill. Yeah, sorry, that was Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill was a warmonger, and had he responded more intelligently, they could have ended it. And he bombed the Black Forest with the intent of killing civilians, to just murder German civilians, and got the entire globe. And he's the true villain of World War II. Was Winston Churchill's response.
But that's a very common narrative in neo-Nazi circles. That is the narrative in neo-Nazi circles. It has been for decades.
Okay. Well, it might be in neo-Nazi circles, but in like these alternative views and like let's look at history from another level. Winston Churchill has come under a lot of ire for his response, which we can discuss, and there's reasons to say that with the luxury of hindsight, maybe he could have done things better. But outside of a very small neo-Nazi skinhead circles, calling him the villain and saying that Hitler would have ended the war is a revision on history that's
I
really retarded.
And even the American, like General Jack Pershing had said that like his biggest regret after.
Just give me 1 second. Kelly, I invited you up a few times. I thought I saw you raise your hand. Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah,
Like,
I put it to not need the hand raising so she can come up and down whenever she wants.
So that his biggest regret was not putting American troops or boots on the ground in World War I, because he felt that the Nazis were going to start invading Europe again, which they did. They obviously did, taken over the Netherlands, Poland, France, Belgium. I mean, they were. I know outside of yes, these ideological like Nazis, I guess you can say. I mean, nobody really doesn't think Hitler wasn't the bad guy. It didn't start the war.
Well, yeah, that's what Daryl Cooper is trying to make the argument. That's why he came up with like a 10-piece documentary, but.
I want to listen to that. That's what Dave Smith is referencing in the Joe Rogan thing, right? When they spoke with.
Yeah, it's You've never been.
With oh my god, his name. I'm bad at names as well. The hot gay guy.
Ted Cruz.
No.
Is that about Douglas Murray?
Douglas Murray.
He's talking about Douglas Murray.
Yeah, well, see, I said it while she was saying it. I didn't think that it's funny.
No, yeah, that he did like a 12-hour podcast or something like that, or 12-hour episode or something like this.
What?
About the Second World War, and I want to listen to it because they claim like, oh yeah, well, he is just being talking about history, like he's not being a revisionist, he's not a Holocaust denier. He's just, kind of like investigating and doing research and saying what he found. But I want to listen to it. I found it. I bookmarked it, but I
shouldn't have like non-academics, just like armchair fucking historians doing this kind of shit.
Listen, I don't care much about the credentials, but when you're consistently wrong on facts and you say things and then try to walk it back and then repeat them, it's time to stop listening to you. So.
But is he going? But in academia, at least, it's gonna like your work goes in front of your peers.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying if it was well researched. Listen, if he would have came out with a well researched piece, and other historians would like critique it and not find factual errors, and he would say something more to the lines of, with the luxury of 70 years of hindsight, had we done X, Y, and Z, it could have mitigated the forces of war. There's a good utility to such a study, and we can try to learn from that for future history of how to deal with tyrants like Hitler. And the reason I'm saying this is because this is what the people like not really Tucker Carlson, but more Joe Rogan are trying to hide behind. I just want to ask questions. We're just reviewing. Like, there's a place for that, but that's not what Daryl Cooper is doing. Daryl Cooper is claiming that the true villain is Winston Churchill and Hitler's just being misunderstood, and that's dangerous.
Sorry, I was texting and I couldn't unmute it. Yeah, that's what I have heard, but I have never really listened to him. So that's why I'm curious about him. I don't think I've ever heard him speak, not even in the Tucker one. I haven't watched that episode.
He's not in the Tucker one.
Yeah,
he's discussed. No, Tucker interviews him, but
yeah, that's what I mean. That he's on Tucker. Yeah, I haven't watched that episode.
So he was on Joe Rogan at least once, I believe, more than that as well.
Yeah, I've never heard him speak. The guy that I heard speak the other day, because also I was curious, is this Finkelstein or something like that? What is the name?
Finkelstein.
I mean, his guests for the last. I mean, he has several guests a week that have something to say about Israel and their I guess.
Who are you talking about right now?
Tucker Carlson. he has people on every week that will talk about Israel and their influence and
Well,
how they shape our foreign policy, basically.
I think that what he is trying to do, and again, like I don't think, well, it could be, but I am still willing to give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt, which is I think that he tries to bring to his podcast or to his show the opposite, the unheard voices, that not
The reason why
hold on, but the non-mainstream ones. And so, for example, I appreciated that when he brought up when he brought Putin, for example. I really was interested to hear what Putin had to say, even though and he went against the whole current, the political current, and the mainstream media. They were threatening him and whatever, and I did appreciate that. I also like to listen to this guy that I don't agree necessarily with him, but it's what's his name? For fuck's sake, he's an economist, and he speaks in favor of Russia, but against Israel.
Jeffrey Sachs?
Yes, Jeffrey Sachs. I do enjoy actually listening to Jeffrey Sachs. He's a little bit cuckoo, in certain things, but I think that he's someone that has been out there and he has got a legitimate opinion. It's not just someone who has been fed media and then he builds an opinion. No, he has been out there in the rooms, like being present in the conversations and being part of negotiations, and that to me is really cool to listen to their point of view.
He's by far the most. If there's gonna be somebody who'll speak against Israel and talk about how basically how Israel's not, our relationship with Israel is not good, and the negative things the Zionists are doing. He's probably the only one. I would say he's the one who puts forth the most convincing arguments. Of course, he's been a pundit for a long time. He's a university professor. He's a very sharp guy. And he doesn't seem necessarily ideologically driven.
Sachs.
Jeffrey Sachs.
Yeah, but I think he's got it wrong when it comes to Israel. I like to listen to his point of view when it comes to Russia and Ukraine and stuff because he has been in the rooms. And I think I do like that. But then when it comes to Israel, I just think that he has built that opinion based on what he has heard, but he has never really been involved in the Middle East.
Well, I can't. How do I put it? There is something that makes me feel kind of uneasy about Netanyahu in particular. I mean, he does seem to. How do I put this? I'm trying to think how to say it.
I think he's hot.
I think he's a very influential person, and especially when it comes to when we have Republicans in office. I think he has a way. I do think he has a way of really getting support from America.
But I don't think it's Netanyahu. I think it's the case that makes the point.
Yes,
not
I agree with that.
Netanyahu.
Well, he is a good politician. I'll give him that.
Yeah,
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's an amazing politician.
And he knows how to speak and he knows how to make his case. But his case is not, I'm dying, please come help me. His case is, this is in your best interest.
exactly. But he presents the case, so it has to do with him. The narrative, the way that he influences, or the way that he.
Yeah,
I can't think of anybody in Israel that's ever been as comfortable or persuasive with Americans than him.
Well, he didn't really get the chance to meet so many other people because he's been prime minister for like.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
No, more than.
He's always prime minister, but I don't think that's true. Golda Meir did a very good job discussing.
No, I mean about Pepe's experience, exactly.
Yeah, so if you're going back to the 90s, he's been pretty much prime minister straight. I mean, he lost a couple of years to Barack, who was a terrible politician in that way. His
Yeah, so there was one year of Lapid and Bennett.
So
Hey,
other than that,
Pepe is not that young, okay? I mean.
no, but I get it. But it's he's been around for a really long time. Barack was really bad. We could talk about Barack as much as you want, but his speaking to the Americans was really bad. His accent was bad. His lingo was bad. He just wasn't good at it. Naftali Bennett was actually really good. I mean, he had other issues, but he was very good at speaking to Americans.
I think most Americans kind of joined the conversation mostly around Rabin.
Well, I think Netanyahu was obviously. He's a very charismatic person, and you can tell he's very intelligent. He speaks very well, which shouldn't be surprising. He's prime minister, but yeah, I don't know.
No, it doesn't mean we have prime minister.
Having a hard time.
No, Barack was terrible in communication.
Yeah, we had prime minister that didn't really have good, like also Sharon, like. But yeah, Bibi is a performer.
Bibi is a performer. He's American educated. He understands
media,
psychology. He understands media, so he knows how to talk. He's definitely a great communicator. I mean, he began his career by speaking in front of the UN. He was like 26. And
I think he's the first prime minister that really understood the media's role.
Previous some Israeli prime minister had this like Jewish belief that my case will stand for itself, and I don't have to say it well. The facts will just talk for themselves. He really understood how to speak it. I don't know why that's been translated to a negative. If someone knows how to make their case, it's not manipulative. It's not wrong. It just does it well.
They think it's manipulative. This is why it is, because they don't believe that the case is I mean, you know what they believe. So they think that they have some kind of, this is what they say, that we have like the Epstein files, and we have a case against each one. And basically, what most of them say that the AIPAC is buying them. The American politicians are all corrupt, and all are held by Netanyahu and the Israeli government, whatever you want to say. And because they don't believe the case. And they don't believe like in terrorism and all those. They call it resistance.
No, I want to ask Daniel this, right? Trump just took out a bill called the Big Beautiful Bill, and in that bill, one of the things it stipulates is more money going to defense. People might, I'm just saying from their sides, they would be presuming that that's just America being controlled because you're literally cutting medical aid. You're just sending more money to defense, and obviously that would include supporting their allies, which is obviously Israel and what's the other one? Ukraine.
Why is it not supporting ourselves?
Why some people be angry about that? Right?
This is a really stupid talking point. The Republicans have been talking about cutting social services and increasing military spending literally forever. The neocons wanted it even stronger. They just didn't have the guts to cut social spending. By the way, he didn't cut social spending. He cut it for illegal immigrants. But so you have to actually read the bill to know that. So the fact to say that is for the benefit of Israel and Ukraine, it's been the theory of peace through strength for sure since Reagan, and really way before that, of a Republican Party stance that the economy, a free market economy, will take care of the poor. And we should have crazy spendings on the military, so we never have to use it. So I don't know what that has to do with Israel.
Kelly saying that.
You know, I'm just saying that's what they're saying on the other side.
Yeah, I don't think that's what
Here is
Huh?
I don't think that's what. I don't think the bill had much to do with Israel.
Everything has to do with Israel.
Also, I'm tired of saying that Ukraine and Israel, you cannot compare one to the other. The money that is sent to Ukraine is charity money. The money that goes or is funneled to Israel is part of a partnership. They're getting stuff in return. From Ukraine, they weren't getting shit. Not even a strategic position in Europe. They were getting nothing.
They're diminishing Russia with their enemies. Some are.
It's it's hurting Russia.
Yeah, I'm actually 100% on board with helping Ukraine. I don't understand the people who are against.
Fuck Ukraine.
Let alone
Well, here's the issue, Issa. It's going to depend how much you don't like Russia. So if you're okay with if you don't like Russia, if you're in that camp, then I'm very happy to support Ukraine.
That's
That's fine, but the thing is that, so for me, and in this case, I copy what Simon says. Both countries are thugs. Both countries are run by thugs. Both countries are very corrupt, but still, I think one is more corrupt than the other. And in my opinion, Ukraine is worse than Russia.
Russia hates us and fucks with us and sides with all of our adversaries.
Yeah,
pushes
maybe.
propaganda throughout the world.
Maybe, but I mean, it's an adversary. It's a big country as well. It's a power play.
Russia
Of course,
supports
you have
Iran.
to play strategically. You have to play strategically, but you cannot just claim that Russia has it all wrong just because they are opposed to you. I mean, they are also playing their game, you know.
Sure, that's fine, Issa. So let's take this moral relativism. I'm fine. Russia is an adversary. Russia is portraying strengths that it doesn't have. What this war in Ukraine was exposed them. It broke the illusion of China, which is the strongest of our adversaries. It made them distracted from being able to prop up Iran. If they would have taken the breadbasket of the Middle East, namely Ukraine, they would have been able to feed the Middle East in a way that would have hurt American interests. It was in America's best interest to have Ukrainian blood fight our war. Now that's cold and harsh, but that's what we did. We gave weapons and artillery and allowed Ukrainians to get slaughtered so we don't have to fight this war and expose Russia. Now, if you like Russia and you don't want them to be exposed, that's fine. But if you don't like Russia, and this is a long-standing Republican idea also, a great fear of Russia, Reagan called them the evil empire, then what the U.S. did in Ukraine was very beneficial to the U.S.
Maybe, but yeah, I mean, like, I see this, it's very difficult for me to explain, and I don't want to get into it.
You want some?
But I do believe that Russia has got also hegemony in its own region, and just as the U.S. wants to be respected in its own region, Russia wants the same. I'm not saying that they're correct or that they are morally better than the West or anything like that. I'm just trying to see things objectively. And if I were Russia, I would also defend. If I were Putin, I would also defend the interest of Russia. He is Russia first, which is what every country should be, you know. And then what I see is that, well, as Kelly is saying in the chat, like the money sent to Ukraine. Yeah, it was not about Ukraine, it was about Russia, and that's the reason why I see it kind of like invasive or kind of, I don't know, like manipulative, you know, and it has harmed Ukraine in a huge way. It's a proxy war, and I've always had it clear, you know, that Ukraine was used as a battleground for the US to fuck with the Russians, but in the end, the big losers there are the Ukrainians, because they're losing their people, they're dying, and they're being fucked really by everyone.
I actually strongly disagree. I believe that the Ukrainians strongly fucking hate Russia, like most of the Eastern Bloc countries. And they absolutely are not willing to put up with Putin or their shit.
Yes,
they're dealing with
I'm
shit.
not saying that the Ukrainians don't hate Russia, of course, but they would have never gotten into this. Like, this war was, let's say, exacerbated or instigated. They were encouraging Ukraine to stand up to Russia when there was no need at that moment. And Russia, yeah, well, whatever. But if you know that they're going to be the small dog, you don't encourage them to go on and poke the fucking bear, because they're going to be obliterated by the fucking bear.
They're obliterating Russia.
Well, they're not obliterating
Hold on just a second.
The old argument. They would nearly took Georgia and they did nothing about it. I mean, at the end of the day,
There's part of what she's saying that's correct, though. She's not wrong in all ways. I mean, but I don't think that the conclusion that you're coming to, at least in my opinion, is correct.
Yeah, but
I do think that it's. Hold on just a second. I do think it's fair for Lisa to make the point that Ukraine has been damaged, and I don't think that that's good, because they are like they're literally like a buffer zone, and we need Ukraine to exist, right? We need Ukraine to come out of this as a nation that can continue to get stronger and get back on its feet. And if the ultimate goal, if the only value that America had in this conflict was defeating Russia, then like that, we could have given a lot more to Ukraine. We could have not held things up. Like I don't know why. I can think of many reasons. I'm sure all of us can, but I'm not going to presume to know what they are. But I think it's true that that Biden held a lot back, and maybe that's because Biden saw that America would benefit more in the long run. Even if Ukraine suffered more deaths and more devastation, America would benefit in the long run by keeping the body mill running over there, just keeping more Russians going into the grinder. I don't know. I think that the only way you can really cleanly look at this is to decide to either take Ukraine out of the picture and just look at the calculation of Russia. I guess there's multiple ways you can do it, but I think you do have to step back away from some kind of role America is playing and being, a benefactor to Ukraine. I don't think that that's an honest way to look at it at all. And I think if you're honest about the whole thing, even if you're saying that, yes, this was all in service of America's best interests, which I am A-okay with, you have to be honest and admit that Biden could have done a whole lot more, a whole lot earlier, and there would be more resources for Ukraine at this point to be able to take advantage of some of these.
I will agree with you that the U.S. should have done more for Ukraine, in my opinion, because the U.S. in a way instigated or exacerbated the position that Ukraine took against Russia. And so since it was in the interest of the U.S. for Ukraine to stand up to Russia like they did in the case of NATO, they should have gone full on with Ukraine, because what they did, as you're saying, is that they just instigated and then Ukraine was fucked. Now, I also see the other argument that you're saying, and I'm not sure whether the U.S. is winning more in the long term by getting more Russians into the grinder. That could be one argument. But the other one, I think, is also kind of like the media war, because the longer this war lasts, the more they are demonizing Russia, which is the enemy. And in the end, what the U.S. strategically also wants, or at least in Biden's era, is that everybody was against Russia and they sanctioned Russia and whatever. Although I don't know how well that played, because Russia didn't necessarily become economically much weaker, but they just changed their alliances and they are forming blocs with the enemies or the opposite side of the US and creating another very strong economic bloc. So I don't know how well this is going to play in the long term economically for the US, but I do believe that, yeah, you're right. If they were instigating it, at least give support to Ukraine so that they would smash completely Russia, but they didn't. And now the ones suffering are the Ukrainians. They're killing their people, their land is destroyed, they're losing territory. It's a shit show. But I also believe that Russia has the right and they have the hegemony on that region.
Of course, everyone has the right to fight, to defend, whatever. This is just a reality. Israel is a great example of how all of these suppositions about what people should or shouldn't be doing aren't necessarily in their best interests, and it's good when you don't sign every treaty that comes in front of you. But I think that the point you just made about this is all damaging Ukraine, I think that's fair. But I also think that the one thing that you can't really Monday morning quarterback is the extent to which more help could have been given and how much it would have helped Ukraine. It is true that even through Congress, Biden's not giving everything to Ukraine that he was supposed to. There were things held back, it was obfuscated, it wasn't talked about, whatever. These were numbers you had to sit and crunch to be able to appreciate that he was holding things back. But I also think it's fair to acknowledge the people that worry about going full hog on a nation like Russia. I don't know if it would be nukes or what, but there is a risk there. So I'm not saying that you're wrong to say what you're saying, but I think you have to put that caveat in there. With Russia, I don't think there's any guarantee that they would have run home with the ball.
I agree, but that's the reason why there wasn't a need in the first place to start this war. Because in the end, the only thing it created is destabilizing the region, is fucking up a smaller country. And I think the better approach would have been having a diplomatic relationship with Russia and trying to, in a way, kind of like balance the power, you know, just like they did in Europe at some point when everybody was killing each other and they created balance of power. So I get it, like Russia is a quote-unquote enemy of the US, but it could also be a frenemy, you know? It can be someone that you are an adversary, but you can also compete in a healthy way. You don't need to start this shit. So yeah, I agree with you. I mean, maybe they have nukes. Maybe it's not their most responsible thing to go and attack Russia, a power like Russia, because you don't know what they're capable of doing. But it's more irresponsible, like using a little guy like Ukraine to start this stuff. I mean,
yeah, but that's dangerous, guys. America has said multiple times, if China tries to take Taiwan, they will be fully available. And China is a nuclear powerhouse.
Oh my God, now you want to take us to China and Taiwan, dude?
No, what I'm saying is at the end of the day, you're not scared of the nuclear thing because China can threaten you with nuclear, but you're willing to go to war with them. But you're not willing to go to war for Russia. And the second part, you forced the Ukrainians to give up their nukes. You told them to give up their nukes, and they did. And instead of helping and deploying soldiers, you're all talk. And then next time, now you're talking about even taking down Canada.
Yes, Musana, I agree with you.
Okay, let's take this conversation back to reality.
They gave up their nukes, but then, in the first place, if you make them give up on their nukes, then you protect them, but then you don't push them into creating a conflict and exacerbating it with Russia, because you know that, unfortunately, you cannot take Ukraine and move it from geographically to another place. They are going to be always the neighbors of Russia, and you gotta respect and play the rules of the region where you are. And it's in your benefit to play smart with the resources you have.
Well, in resources, I'm going to say, Isa, it's good to see you, by the way. How are you doing, Isa? And it's good to see Kelly and Pepe and Caleb, Daniel, everyone on stage. The way I look at it, too, is you see the strategic point here and what it's doing to the resources? What's going on between the Ukraine and Russia right now? Resources are being used. Who are we supplying resources to? Ukraine, right? Russia's using their resources. What happens when you keep using resources and spending money? It weakens that economy. And I feel like that's kind of one of the things, that's one of the first things I said to my girlfriend when September 11th hit us. I said, this is to get us to go elsewhere and spend lots of money, resources, and lives going to another country to expend our resources and put us in debt, in greater debt. So what I see is a strategic point of using countries as chess pieces, like Ukraine to Russia, to tire the resources out. Similar to Israel and Iran, same thing, right? Are you seeing what I'm talking about? They're weakening. These countries are getting weakened. Russia's getting weakened. Iran's been weakened exponentially. Their resources are getting weakened, and I think what that's going to do is benefit what we want as Americans. Not that I feel like I want us to continue to be out there, but I think I think Russia is going to get weaker and weaker and weaker, and at a certain point, if the war doesn't stop, we will see either Putin or Zelensky or both dead by the end of this. If it doesn't stop.
I mean, it's a very happy, slappy sort of thesis you have, but the fact is, the ruble is historically very strong right now. Russia's GDP is at an all-time high. Their foreign reserves are at an all-time high. They have more cash savings than ever before. Their military-industrial complex is stronger than ever, and they are on the front foot as far as this war goes. So I mean, these are really happy, slappy American theories you have, but the ground realities kind of point to something
Do you think what we did to
You were
Iran,
accurate up
bombing the
till you said
nuclear
you're
facility, was a sloppy maneuver?
Sean.
What do you think about what we did to Iran, S500? I'm curious.
It's a
What's your
very
take on that? Was that
different
sloppy?
What you have with Iran than what you have.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think what it did is it made a statement. I think what it did is made a statement that we can do things and you can't do anything to us. We made a statement that we don't play.
Let me just make a quick parenthesis here. Hey, hold on. SV500 or you. Where did you get that photo from?
I stole it from someone. I don't know who. Regardless.
AI generated, probably.
Because I did that frog, and so I'm just surprised that you have it because I
Someone else had it up. Someone else had it up.
I did it for chat FBI in the Bitcoin room. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, 1 second. You were correct. SA 600. You were 500. You were correct, and the ruble is strong. Russia is doing well. That was like a little bit over exaggeration of their depleting the resources. But to say the war is going well for them is a grossly inaccurate. They went into a much smaller country. They were supposed to walk in and take it. They're having tremendous difficulties. They're bombing civilians and still not getting anywhere. They had a truck full of drones attack them in their place. The only reason why they didn't get worse hit was because Biden was afraid, and maybe justifiably so, to allow the weapons to be used, and they had to have only certain ranges. So they weren't allowed to attack. Once Ukraine started attacking with inside Russia, they are not doing well. They have exposed themselves to be a very incompetent country.
If I may respond, currently Ukraine is getting pounded harder right now than at any point during the war. Okay, and I get it. Ukraine launched a successful sneak attack offensive a couple of months ago, right? They've been losing the war, but winning the media narrative for years now. And finally, they've managed to launch a successful operation through this sneak attack with the help of Western intelligence. And I will credit them for that. Russia did lose significant assets during the sneak attack, not to the extent that the media was portraying, but Russia did lose assets. However, the fact remains, the manner pounded right now, it's bad and pathetic, and honestly, for the Ukrainian people, they are getting slaughtered.
That's 500. We couldn't hear the last paragraph you just said because you went into the matrix. You might want to repeat.
Was anyone else able to hear me?
No, you lost some, but you're not responding to what I said.
No,
I know that Ukraine is being pounded. That's not the argument. The argument is comparatively they should have been captured right now. There should be Russian flags flying over Kitover.
I mean, S500 is right. You're just selling words at this point, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, well, at least they weren't able to do this in 20. Like, bro, they're dying. They're dying now. And
Okay,
you're just
that was
selling
about the
words.
dumbest take I ever heard.
Everything is the dumbest thing ever.
Respond
People's lives are ending and you're just selling words. You think I'm the dumb one? The fuck?
Okay, you have to, I mean, you don't have to, but if you want to continue, you should respond to the actual argument. The argument here is that Russia should have been able to annex what they wanted years ago, like 2.5 years ago. They've been exposed as an incompetent country. Their army is not modernized. Their army cannot stand up to U.S. tech. They cannot even take Ukraine. So whatever level of dominance and hegemony they thought they had in the area, forget NATO, forget the U.S. They can't even take Ukraine.
I don't even think that they have used their best weapons yet. I don't think they have used their best
Deploy soldiers in Ukraine. No, I mean, deploy soldiers. If everything you're saying here is true and the Russians are so weak and whatever,
why would you deploy soldiers? You know what a non-sequitur is?
Issa, you were trying to speak and Kirst didn't understand it.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that I don't think Russia has even made use of their greatest weapons yet. I don't think that they have felt the need to do that.
I think it comes down to that because Iran was a strategic partner for them for weapons. I mean, they both benefited each other in many ways. But
Are you a
they
blonde?
weren't even. They weren't
Are
even.
you a blonde? You're sounding very
Dude,
blonde
don't
right
speak
now.
over people, please.
Hold on just a second. We need to do a thing. And then we can do this thing. So, anyways, please, by all means, come back up. But since you need help shutting the fuck up, Russia wasn't even strong enough to help Iran.
But I don't think their intention was ever to help Iran. Like, they were not going to get in that mess. I don't think that they ever spoke or had the intention of getting into that conflict. I mean, they have a weapon relationship with Iran, but they have never really directly attacked Israel. I mean, and you can see, for example, when the whole Syria thing happened, they had the opportunity to attack Israel or whatever, because all of them, I mean, had certain administration or control of parts of Syria. And when the whole Syria, when Assad left Syria and the whole mess exploded, like, they even coordinated with Israel so that there was no misunderstanding and they were not going to attack each other.
Totally. I'm talking about something totally different. And listen, I don't know exactly what it tells us, but it tells us something important, and people have to accept that one of them is true. Russia and Iran were important to each other. Iran was supplying Russia with weapons, like important weapons, right? Obviously, Iran suffered greatly. I'm not sure, to what extent they could have continued supplying Russia, but if the argument is that what was going on with Iran was like not that big of a deal, right? Which, if you consider Iran, Russia, like China, if you consider these people kind of like this loose alliance of assholes, then these questions matter, not just about Russia, but about the other countries too. So if Iran was like, not really all that damaged, but maybe they couldn't keep supplying Russia with weapons, but they'd be able to get back up to it soon enough, Russia would be giving up a lot to turn its back on Iran at that moment, right? But if Iran was damaged and Iran's of no use to Russia anymore, that's important, because that means that Russia is even weaker than they previously were.
Iran was just a territory for power projection. The Middle East has been a territory where Russia and the U.S. have been competing for power projection. There are times when Russia has been dominant in the last few years. There are times when now the U.S. is more dominant in this power projection. I'm talking about just in the last decade alone. It's been a seesaw. But to say that China is Russia's ally, this is just a misnomer amongst Americans.
Well, I mean, maybe it's English as a second language issue. I said loose alliance.
Yeah.
Loose alliance.
And you're not responding to anything that Kelly said. So allow me just to address what she said, and then you can say whatever the hell you want to say. I agree with you that the whole thing that happened with Iran right now indirectly or directly affected the position that Russia has because of their weapons agreement or partnership or whatever. Now my question is, and I don't know what the answer is, but maybe you guys know, because I just haven't looked into it. Is Iran, I mean, like, maybe they had a good partnership because it was convenient, efficient, or cheap, or whatever with Iran, but aren't they able to get weapons from their other partners? For example, like North Korea or China or any other country producing weapons for Russia? I don't think that they're necessarily handicapped just because of what happened to Iran. It's like, for example, if you tell me that if right now the partnership between Israel and USA breaks in terms of weapons, Israel can still get weapons from other markets, right? I mean, they have a partnership with the US where they're getting 70% of their weapons from the US. But what about the rest of the 30%?
So Isa, again, like, who knows what the fuck I know? Like, these are just, I'm just telling you what I think, and that's probably about as valuable as like a pair of old shoes that I threw away. I mean, so just to start there. But the reason I would never call these nations like quote unquote allies is because they're like in the service of themselves. Like they're not the same kinds of nations as the United States and some of the people that we consider allies, whether that's on paper or not.
They're more
Israel's
mercenary, right?
Yeah. Israel's a great example of like one of these people. Like we have the kinds of values or like things in common that are not nearly as transactional. And so I'm not trying to like place a value on it per se, but I mean I think depending on your look on the way you see like the Western world, etc., like you probably could assume one. But anyway, sorry, there was a whole other point I wanted to make.
You were talking about
that,
the
and now I forgot it.
Or what's a different one?
No, it was in response to that. Like, I mean, like these alliances are loose, and what you can get from people is meaningful. And Russia's capital is Russia's strength that it's bringing to the table. Like Russia has been exposed. So sure, maybe they can get weapons from somewhere else, but what is that nation going to gain from doing business with Russia?
I agree. But in the end, I mean, and again, I don't know much either. I'm just trying to kind of like think, what the picture would look like here. I don't know what the actual relationships are, but yeah, I mean, Russia, maybe they can get weapons from someone else, and I mean, they have shitloads of energy and oil and natural gas and all of this that they can trade, and they are trading with China. Like, again, this war, in the end, the big losers are Europe, and they were also enticing the whole Ukrainian thing of joining NATO. And I'm not saying that this is the only reason why Russia attacked Ukraine, because of course there might be some expansion objectives and whatever, but that was definitely the drop that made the glass overflow, the NATO thing. And we started putting a lot of sanctions on Russia, whatever. Right now we're being fucked, literally, in terms of energy. Like, we don't know what to do. Like, Europe, on top of that, has gone, like, completely retarded in terms of electric energy and sustainability and whatever. And now that we lost the energy from Russia, our energy is super expensive. Like, tripled or more, over the past couple of years. It's ridiculous. And so Russia is sending all of his energy, of their energy, to China. So yeah, maybe their economy has been affected. Maybe the weapon stuff has been affected. But I don't think that they had all the eggs in one basket. And they have been able to still keep going, despite of all the sanctions and all the stuff. I don't know.
So
I just think that the narrative they give us in the West is that Russia is weak, Russia is evil, Russia is shit, but we don't realize that we're living in an interdependent world, and we gain more from actually having good diplomatic relationships than actually entering in war with a big country like Russia that we all need in the end,
So if I can just add, provides literally nothing to Russia that Russia actually needs. Russia has zero dependence on Iran. Iran relied on Russia for this false sense of security, which obviously Russia has no reason to go out of its way.
You don't think that Russia needs all the Syrian soldiers? Russia doesn't need the drones and the missiles?
I very patiently listened.
No, you're right. Carry on.
So, Iran, what do they export? They export crude oil, natural gas, urea, for fertilizers. They export like some degree of missiles and drones that have been used in Ukraine, but such a minuscule, we're literally talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, like such a small number that it's not really even a talking point. Russia, so the things that Iran exports, China is primarily the main consumer. because of the U.S. unilateral sanctions against Iran. China is the one who's almost has a monopoly on Iran's resources. Russia has absolutely nothing it needs or really wants from Iran. Russia has plenty of natural gas. Russia has every resource you can imagine. They don't need anything from Iran. So, that was not really Russia's battle to fight, to go and defend Iran. These people saying Russia has been exposed or whatever, like that's just false.
You do realize that Russia's still in a war with Ukraine, right? One that they said would be over in 2 weeks. Like within the first push, they lost tanks because they couldn't even read a fucking weather map.
Is that something you read on CNN? Like, what's this one? So yeah, there's all this like Russia propaganda floating around the West. What did they say? Like Russia rigged the election in 2016. They called it Russiagate. I don't know. Someone is talking. But regardless, look, there were internal documents leaked recently where Russian bureaucrats stated they consider China as a top enemy, as a threat. The Chinese are considered a threat, but because Russia is cut off economically from doing business with the West, doing trade with the West, Russia has to do trade with China, right? Russia does trade with India, but the difference is Russia only shares certain technologies with India, a distant country, that they don't share with China because they don't consider China as a friend. So when you said a loose alliance, that was an accurate term in that sense. But yeah, like Iran was not like some kind of strategic partner that was very vital to Russian interests. So to say like, because the U.S. went over, like bombed a weak country like Iran, suddenly Russia is exposed. That was like
that's not okay. I'm gonna interrupt you. That's not what I said.
No, that's what Sean said. Not you. Sean said that.
Well, I just looked it up because I wanted to get a little bit of an idea of how important is the Iran partnership with Russia in terms of weapons. And just like Israel buys 70-75% of weapons from the US, Russia, the percentage that Russia gets from Iran in terms of their whole weaponry is 5%. So yes, in a way they could have been weakened because, I don't know, it's mostly like tactical weapons and stuff like drones and things, and a few missiles, but in the end, it's just only 5%. The rest of their weapons, let me see where it comes from. I think that they have got a lot of production in Russia. But also it says that, sorry, I need to keep reading the rest, but it mentions North Korea and China as well for partnerships in this sense. But so Iran really doesn't represent a large portion of the weaponry of Russia.
Listen, I don't know what the true percentage is. I also don't know how we would know exactly like what that true percentage is, considering you're talking about Iran, North Korea, like you said, China.
You're in the matrix a little bit. I think she stopped talking, right? I don't know if she heard me. She was in the matrix. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I thought I was in the matrix. Well, this thing says that unlike Israel, Russia is not heavily dependent on Iran for weapons. Russia is largely self-sufficient in conventional weapons. It's the second largest arms exporter globally. That said, Iran has supplied drones, primarily estimates reports suggest hundreds to possibly thousands of drones have been delivered depending on the source. And let me see, the actual percentage of Russian arms coming from Iran is very small, likely well under 5%, and mostly limited to tactical and asymmetric weapons, like kamikaze drones. And then it says that the relationship, the nature of the partnership with Iran is mainly transactional and opportunistic, not deeply institutional like the US-Israel, which is also more aligned in terms of values, and I agree 100% with Kelly with what she was saying there. So it's very transactional, it's very, yeah. So it says they have an anti-Western stance, sanctions pushing both to cooperate, and Iran's strong tech offering that on that. There is no formal treaty or alliance equivalent to NATO or US-Israel frameworks. Some intelligence coordination, and yeah. So Iran has no leverage over Russia either in broader military terms. And it says here, Russia is superior power military, using Iran as a gap filler. Yeah, of course, in the region. And also a gap filler during sanctions-induced shortages, like microchips and stuff like that. Yeah, and it's a minimal strategic risk for Russia.
That's right.
I think this is very interesting. So yeah, Russia is mostly self-reliant.
Okay, so you remember the hypersonic talk from Iran? Remember when there was all this concern about Iran pulling out some new technology to try to use? What a fucking joke. Let me just tell you the Minuteman 3, and then I'm trying to remember the name of the equivalent that Israel has. You know, it would take less than 30 minutes for us to send a nuclear warhead that they would have no response, no chance to respond to into Iran or any other country. Yeah, I'm talking about the Minuteman 3 intercontinental ballistic missile. And we have things that you don't even know about. And I'll leave it at that. And I can't go more on that, but I'm just going to tell you. When we want to stop something, we'll stop something. I'm talking down to Mikhail, who thinks he knows everything.
What do you know?
Oh,
I have connections in the military, motherfucker.
Missiles to
U.S.
Israel.
Air Force and Space Force Base, my friend.
Good. If you want to talk to Mikael, then go to the chat and respond him there. Don't have like
I had to come off mic for a second. Explain.
Sorry. Yeah, well, if Mikael comes on stage, then you can have a conversation with him, but don't derail the whole room conversation just because he is talking about something completely different in the chat.
He said that Russia never declared war on Ukraine. Do we agree or disagree on that? I'm curious.
Who cares? I don't care what
was it an attack on Ukraine a declaration of war? That's all I'm asking. Wasn't the attack on Ukraine a declaration of war?
Oh my God, Sean!
All right,
that's not what we're talking about.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail. I'll go quiet.
Just go to the chat to discuss with him.
I just get irritated by idiots. Fucking idiots. That's all I can say. There's fucking idiots out here in Clubhouse.
I think it's time to do a thing.
Kelly, are you back? What thing?
I don't know if you can hear me. I'm in Costco, so I'm terrible.
Yeah, we can hear you now. You were saying something, but you went in the matrix and we couldn't hear you.
It's in it.
Let me check it. I'm in Costco. My signal don't interrupt these.
No, above that.
So they don't have that loose alliance anymore. And given
one more up, it starts with the not just weapons and then the next.
Not just weapons, but soldiers via proxies. Also, the point is they are weakened enough that it's not in their interest to help Iran. I agree. So they don't have that loose alliance anymore, and given what they've gone through, are they a good investment?
Meaning, is Russia a good investment for anyone else? What do they have to offer?
Well, that's the thing. Like, I think I think also, and maybe I am wrong, and maybe I am completely naive, and I'm just a woman that doesn't understand war. But I refuse to think that all they have is what they have shown in the Ukrainian war. I don't think that they have used their most powerful weapons yet. I refuse to think that Russia is that weak. I mean, again, they are the second largest weapon producer and seller and whatever in the world.
Is that true?
And so, I don't know. Maybe this is kind of like also psychological type of war, you know, let them think they're winning, and once they are thinking that they are going to make it, just like slash them completely. I don't know. Also,
That's right.
Putin,
That's what they tell the parents of the soldiers. We want to let them think we're winning.
Putin to me doesn't come across necessarily as a warmonger or as a war guy. Like he is interested in cooperating with the U.S. You know, like he doesn't come across as like just a guy that wants to is thirsty for blood. I don't know. Again, maybe it's just because I think he's hot, and I refuse to think that he is like that. I don't know. But again, I think it's in his best interest to just negotiate with the U.S. He doesn't want issues with the U.S.
Should let him booty clap.
Yes. I would let him clap his booty.
Let's try on it.
Anyway, I don't believe that all the weaponry of Russia is old and useless and that they're weak or whatever. They wouldn't be the second exporter of weapons in the world, you know, and if their weapons were shit.
Yeah, but Isa, if these Americans believed what they're saying, they would have deployed soldiers a long time ago. That's the thing. I mean, words are worthless in the game of war. If you are what you are, you have boots on the ground, man. You just talk a good game.
Words are not worthless in the game of war.
So you're saying that we would want to basically see if we can get them to launch nukes. That's what we would be giving this piece on it. Deploy the soldiers so you just completely try to overtake Russia.
Russia wouldn't deploy any nukes. It's a foreign. It's not like you're entering Russia. You're just defending Ukraine. The reality is they know the consequences too of nukes. In fact, you guys have made it clear that if there's ever evidence of them using nukes in Ukraine, I mean the Russians, you would fully give the full throttle of NATO. So you've already made a declaration of saying you're willing to attack Russia, even for Ukraine, just obviously on the absence of that they use nukes. The thing is, you just don't care about Ukrainians. Which is, I don't know why you just don't want to be honest. Yeah, you don't care, and you.
That's true.
It just the money.
We've actually been saying that for the last hour. We don't care. That's true. Yeah, no, but you take that we don't. And then you turn it into incapable, which is what makes it retarded.
That was the entire first point I made. I don't know. Maybe you took a nap or something, or maybe you're just.
His brain is just asleep.
Okay, look, I won't completely say they won't use nukes, but I'm saying I would even have to say that you're too scared of the repercussion that a nuclear war would have. So
do we not care, or are we too scared? Because you gotta pick one.
No, Mayor, we exist in a
you're right.
world.
Let me give you that. You.
He's contradicting himself.
You're too scared. Yeah, I'll go back to too scared. Yeah, like everybody else. Yes, you're too scared of that.
Well, everybody should be scared, dude. This is the reason why Trump is trying to get into an agreement of denuclearize the countries.
Let me just
because
point
it's
one
too
thing
high
out.
risk for the humanity.
Yeah, let me just point one thing out, and then we can have a real conversation. If the U.S. would take over every country that we are capable of taking over, then there would just be the U.S. left. So the fact that there's not global dominance just kind of proves that the U.S. doesn't just invade countries willy-nilly, and it's not because we're scared, because we could literally march through Latin America and just take about as long as it takes to drive.
Nah, man, obviously the
Leave your hands off Latin America.
Somehow we can manage Afghanistan, though. We won in Afghanistan. We lost the will to stay. We had a couple thousand soldiers that held that country steady for. There haven't been deaths in that country for like 8 years before we left.
How many
wars?
$1
and replaced the Taliban with the Taliban. No, we spent billions of dollars. We won the war, and then we got bored, and we went home. We didn't lose that war at all. It took a bit of time to put down the insurrection, but for about 10 years before the Biden decided to withdraw, there were no more American soldiers dying. So no, we won in Afghanistan. We won well, hard.
We were never in Afghanistan. 0 people would have died.
Yeah, that's a whole separate issue. But
you can't say that's a win if Americans aren't dying.
You literally can't, because being against war doesn't mean that you lose every war that you're ever.
We're not deployed. That's why you won.
If you conquer,
Hold on, Mayor, I'm gonna get right back to you. Curse. I'm not a rule kind of person, but I'm gonna make a rule. Unless your next comment isn't stupid, I'm gonna kick you off the stage.
I can save you some. Kelly, I can save you some time. But if you conquer a territory and you hold it and people stop dying, you won that conflict. What else is their definition of winning a war?
How is that winning? How's spending billions of dollars, getting nothing out of it, and replacing it with the Taliban winning?
Okay, I can't.
Yeah, but that was not I get his point. I mean, but retiring voluntarily and allowing that to happen and having a bad strategy for leaving a country is not the same as losing a war. It's like, for example, if right now Israel would decide to retire from Gaza, for example, Gaza, that doesn't mean that Gaza won the war. It just means that Israel decided to take a step back. Now, if they did it in a poor way and half of the IDF was killed by Hamas while they're at it, that would be a bad strategy, but it doesn't mean that they lost the war. But I mean, I get it. It was not like a big win for the US because they could have done it better.
Or not at all.
Yeah. But I guess that the only thing that the US has ever lost is the Philippines, right? The Philippines is the only thing
You
that they
could say
lost.
the U.S. lost Vietnam. It definitely failed to win Vietnam. But that's a whole separate issue. Was the juice worth the squeeze? That doesn't counteract the point that it was a decisive win. Meaning, the dialectic going on here was the U.S. is incapable and scared. No, the U.S. is very, very capable, and we took Afghanistan and won that war. Now, should we have? That's a whole conversation.
And I don't think that Gaza is the same situation. I mean, the U.S. could just leave Afghanistan and fuck it, and with Israel it's a bit different.
Yeah, but what I mean, I just was trying to make a comparison that if right now Israel decides to retire and in the process they get a bad strategy getting out and get half of the IDF killed by Hamas, that doesn't mean that Gaza won the war. It just means that
even leaving is, I cannot really agree with this. Leaving Gaza, like basically just giving up in a way, meaning like also leaving the hostages, it is losing, I think.
Yeah, but if you would decide to leave Gaza, even after you got the hostages back, you get the hostages back, and then you decide to leave Gaza without taking possession of the territory. That doesn't mean that you guys.
We don't need to take possession of the territory. That was not the objective of the war. Winning a war is meaning if you reach the objective that you set out to do. That is winning the war. It's not about conquering, or it's not about killing everybody. It's about like what are the objectives? It's like, for example, the war in Iran was to like harm the nuclear. Like it's not about like taking down the regime or destroying Iran or like no. So for us, it's a win. We came, we did, we left. We did what we needed to do.
All you have to do.
Can you make the claim that Afghanistan is better off now than it was 20 years ago?
No.
after the U.S. took control.
Well, we put up the mission accomplished banner. I mean, we won.
But I mean, did you guys? I mean, and I'm honestly asking this question. Like, I have no fucking clue. It's not rhetoric. Is Afghanistan? I mean, and regardless, taking aside the Al Qaeda thing, like, is it?
No, I think
Is
when
Afghanistan better? Like more? I don't know, more developed or better?
No. Actually, the worst, because when you fight something and you don't like destroy it, it actually kind of becomes even more immune, like a disease. It kind of becomes stronger.
But that's winning.
Well, again, depends.
Yeah,
It depends what the
we're
objective.
not
It depends what is the objective.
That's the thing. I mean, like, winning versus what? I mean, to me, it's winning versus being defeated. And the U.S. was not defeated. They retired voluntarily. They did very poorly, and they lost a lot of money in the 20 years. But they were not defeated. So that's what doesn't make them lose the war.
And to the loss, I said it wasn't a win.
Yeah, it's
It
not.
was a tie.
It wasn't. Okay. Is it like? I don't know where this like cognitive dissonance is coming from.
Just from like winning or losing the war.
I don't understand how we won.
What do you?
What was the objective?
Okay. The question wasn't whether it was a good idea or you consider it winning to have the ridiculous pull out and hand it back to the Taliban. The question was, is America strong enough to take the war? They couldn't even take Afghanistan. That's not true. America took Afghanistan, won in Afghanistan, held Afghanistan, and then got bored and left. Is that good from an American standpoint to say we won the war? No, obviously not. But you cannot say the American military was incapable of conquering Afghanistan. It's just not true.
I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, that is what we were addressing, because somebody was saying about something about the U.S. being scared of going into
I was in
conflict.
the matrix where I'm at. Like I couldn't.
And Meyer was trying to make the point of like, no, the U.S. is not scared of it. They are choosing not to do it. And then I asked, okay, what war has the U.S. lost? And that's what got us into this winning or losing dilemma. Like, what is winning? Because what they did in Afghanistan is not necessarily a win, but it's not that they were defeated either. It was just very stupid. And there were a lot of lives lost, and money, and and time. What was the objective of Afghanistan again?
To remove the Taliban from power because they gave a safe harbor to Al Qaeda.
The general focus in Iraq should have been in Afghanistan in the first place. The problem was that the president announced they were going to go to war 2 weeks before they went to war, so it gave plenty of time to move anything of any capabilities when it came to bombs, whatever natures, from the kind that put out disease, mustard gas, or even possible any kind of nuclear material. It gave them plenty of time to move it. And so then there's a lot of suspicion that it was moved to Syria or possibly Afghanistan. But Afghanistan was where we went to war in Iraq over September 11th, where the war should have been taken to Afghanistan, not Iraq, right? I mean, I'm just giving a generalization, a quick summary without having to go so technical. A lot of you go very technical, and I just stay with the bullet points on what I feel, and if I'm wrong, maybe I'm wrong.
You do know that the U.S. invaded Afghanistan like months before Iraq, right?
We do know that the weapons that were used in Afghanistan against American soldiers are the weapons that we supplied to them in the Afghan or Russian war.
Yes, but that's not relevant to anything that was just said.
Yes.
Yes, but that's not relevant to anything that was just said. To say that we should have gone into Afghanistan and not Iraq, we went to Afghanistan months before we went to Iraq.
See, Iraq was severely destabilized by going to war with them. It's the same with Syria. Most of the Christian Syrians that live in my community actually said that getting rid of Assad would have been the worst thing that could have ever happened when Obama drew the red line. That it was better to keep him there than to remove him. The same with Saddam. I know, but there's a lot of shit going on. There's a lot of shit, and everyone keeps forgetting about the shit that's happened in the past to where
we are currently today.
Yeah, but Iraq is in a lot better shape today than it was before we went in. Afghanistan is not. Iraq is.
Right.
A lot better.
And that's Biden's fault with what happened to Afghanistan. We lost a strategic base and billions of dollars of assets. But the thing a lot of people forget is that we do leave billions of dollars of assets when we go to war anywhere. Typically, we do dump a lot of stuff. So it's not just that one point. That's happened over time. Just like, again, the Afghan-Russian war. You see where I'm connecting with?
No, I'm getting whiplash.
Okay. All right. That's cool. I'm just going to sit back again. Continue.
And may I speak about that point specifically, Iraq? Because I'm from Iraq.
So what's your take? Are you currently in Iraq or are you in the US?
You don't have to answer that.
No, I'm in Iraq. Yeah, no.
You are in Iraq?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm from Iraq and I live in Iraq.
What is your take on the war to Iraq that the US did?
Well, something like.
Well, first of all, what happened in case of Afghanistan? Afghanistan was under the control of extremism, which is
just like it is now.
The Islamists, the extreme Islamists were controlling the situation in Afghanistan. When America went in, and Al-Qaeda specifically, which is the responsible side of the problem, it was already in Afghanistan, and it was controlling the situation there. So that would give a good reason for the Americans to attack Afghanistan. But Iraq, specifically, Iraq was under Saddam Hussein, who was a dictator. Yes, that's right, and he was a criminal, and that's also right. But he was not Islamist. In fact, he was an anti-Islamist. He was more like a traditional Soviet dictator, he was non-religious, and he was non-Islamist, and he was more into having control of Iraq with his ideas of Ba'ath nationalism, which is more like a traditional Arab nationalism type of thinking. And he was not involved in September 11, by the way. And he was not also part of Al-Qaeda, something George W. Bush cabinet was trying to prove, but they could not. At the end of the day, CIA could not connect or prove any type of connection between the extremist Islamists in Afghanistan and Saddam Hussein's government. That's number one. Number two, what happened after removing Saddam Hussein and taking control, simply that Iraq now is under the control of Islamists. Back in days, Iraq was not under control of Islamists. After American destabilization of Iraq, Iraq is now under control of Islamists. And that's really, bad news for people like me who do not believe in Islamic rule, and they do not believe in Islamic government. Nowadays, we have to live with it. We have to accept it the way it is, because simply America decided to bring every Islamist to Iraq. Before 2003, Iraq was under control of a non-Islamic type of dictator, It was more like a Soviet, it was more like a Soviet type of dictatorship. It was an anti-Islamic type of dictatorship. And not a single guy from Al-Qaeda was living in Iraq. That's something America could not prove it, simply because Saddam was very anti-Islamist. And he knew that it is a bad choice to be an ally of an Islamist. And thirdly, what I want to talk about that point specifically, Iraqis cannot nowadays, be against Islamists. You cannot be in Iraq and stand and talk about how Islamists and Islamic militias are killing people because they're different opinion on their non-Islamic opinions. So what America did simply, that it decided to remove a secular type of dictator and bring an Islamic type of dictator. Now, Islamists are controlling the situation. Go there and talk about Islamic symbols in a negative way, and you will be killed, simply. So now we are living under dictatorship, but in a different way, which is an Islamic dictatorship. So America, and what I want to say here, and a lot of Iraqis believe that America is a country that's supporting Islamic type of rule. They are supporting that type of rule because wherever in the Muslim world America came in, always you can find Islamists controlling the situation. And an example of that, by the way, is Afghanistan. Because before American support to the people like, Islamists in Afghanistan, Soviets were controlling the situation. They are dictators, they are killers, they are bad people. Yes, that's right. Soviets are bad, okay, but they are not Islamists. They do not support Islamists. Who supported Islamists? Who made Afghanistan Islamic? Who made Islamists? As a fact in Afghanistan, it's America. And unfortunately, until this moment, Afghans cannot get rid of Islamists. But the most important point, who brought Islamists? Who made Islamist fact in Afghanistan? It's America. And unfortunately, nowadays Iraq is going the same way. Now Islamists are controlling the situation in Iraq, and you cannot do anything about it. If you were a liberal, if you were against Islamists, you have to keep silent or leave the country. Or otherwise, if you talk about it, you will be killed. And that's because of the American policy in Iraq. I'm sorry for taking too long to talk about that point, but I found a lot of American friends cannot have a lot of information about the situation here. They don't have a lot of information about it, and I tried to explain the situation the way it is from a guy who's living already in Iraq and who's suffering from the American choice in Iraq.
Ali, that was a great intervention. I actually think it's very interesting to get your perspective and understand like how Americans are perceived, right, after their interventions in their countries. And as you're saying, I mean, like, it seems like after America intervenes in a country, the government or the regime that comes right after they leave is worse than the one that they were fighting at the beginning. And yeah, that's
no, this is a serious question. Like, who cares? I mean,
Simon, if you don't care, then shut the fuck up. We're having a conversation here. If you don't care and you don't want to talk about it, you're free to leave, dude.
Yeah, fucking.
Did you hear the rest of my sentence?
Nobody cares that you don't care.
No, I asked. Did you hear my question, or did you just?
Yeah,
want
you
to
said
ask
who cares.
Yeah. Well, there was a couple of other words after that.
Was there?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said, well, who cares? Why is that the problem of Americans when they go into a country and then they get taken over by Islamists?
Well, because they shouldn't have gone there in the first place, dude. This is the reason why. I mean, it doesn't matter if you had a couple of words later. I mean, if America, if who cares, then America shouldn't go there in the first place because they're just fucking up the countries and the lives of people that didn't give a shit about Americans before.
And what if America cares? I mean, but Simon, there are people living there. I mean, the world is not starts and ends with America or the West. I mean, there are people there that now are forced to be living under Islamists.
Yeah.
And they don't have any other choice. And it's just sharing and saying like, we are now paying a price for this thing.
You can say the exact same thing about what Israel's doing right now, though. You're like,
Simon, hold on, guys. Let me make a hold on. I need to say this on Simon's behalf. Listen, we can moralize this comment all day long, but anyone who takes the Russian position in this particular war, they have to prioritize Russia's interests. And so they essentially are saying that who cares too. I'm not saying it's all the same or it all looks the same, but regardless of how it makes people feel on the inside about what Simon said, it is at the end of the day, the ultimate part of the calculation.
But when he said no one cares, it's like, but there are millions of people that live there. So some people do care. He doesn't care.
That's not what I said. I said, why is that the problem of Americans that they have to like the whole point is.
No one said it's the problem of America. It's the problem of the Iraqis, actually.
Hold on, yeah, but okay.
That's my point.
Yeah, Daniel, he's trying to make a broader point. You guys stop responding like with the emotional part, which I totally get. And give him a second. We all know that Simon.
No, it's not emotional. Like, it's not my thing. I'm just thinking, like, there are people that. But yeah, go ahead.
I'm simply saying, if you, like, for example, we can just put this on Israel. Like, if Hamas are a problem for you guys, and then you go into the Gaza Strip and you eliminate, like, Hamas, and then there's some other group that comes about. Well, like, and then they completely, and they stop attacking Israel, but they oppress their own people. Like, why is that on Israel? If you guys had an objective, you went, you did the objective that you sought out to do, and then it just so happens that there even a more oppressive regime that doesn't go into Israel. Well, like now you can say, oh, well, you should have just kept Hamas, even though Hamas was attacking you.
I'm not saying that this is. I'm not saying this should be the priority. I'm not saying that because so we will not do anything. I'm just saying about that no one cares or who cares. That is the black of
no.
No one is blaming them. I'm not blaming the Americans that it happened.
Well, I blame the Americans that it happened because the case that Simon is missing here is that
what are you saying? That you
the
just feel bad then?
the objective of USA going into Iraq was precisely a regime change. So if the US is taking upon themselves to change a regime because it's not convenient to them, and then they take the regime off, but what they leave for the Iraqi people is something worse. Yeah, you might say, who cares? Why should America care? Why did America care in the first place that they had the regime that they had?
Because they were getting threatened. That's the whole point.
No, the whole
that's the point.
America cares because it has to do with our American interests, and when American interests are invaded, we take the stage and we interfere because we are like the leader of the world, and when you fuck with our interests, we're gonna fuck with you. It's easy as that. It's a simple solution, simple answer. You want to understand? We spread democracy. We do want as countries to be respected. We take it. But you fuck with our interests, we're gonna fuck you.
Too much now.
I know. Okay. All right.
Kick George Bush out of here.
Sorry, can I just
Yeah, go ahead, Ali.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, let me just explain this point. And it's very sensitive because I found a lot of people talking about that point. Why would America should care about what is happening in Iraq? Let me say in a different way. Why should any other country or other superpower should care about any situation in third world if they did already came in and destabilized the situation? They have to finish what they already started, because that's the ethical and the political and the strategical aspect of the problem. You already came in and decided to destabilize the situation. Then you have to re-stabilize the situation. That's the most important point. Sorry, what?
According to who? I'm saying if the US has a clear objective of just saying we want to go in, eliminate who's threatening us, and then they achieve their objective, and then there's an entire regime change that's even more oppressive. I'm not saying people shouldn't care. I'm saying that's not up to the American military to just be like, now we have to finish.
Stabilize the situation.
So that's irrelevant, though. That's my point.
Yeah, exactly.
Irrelevant to the American population.
Yeah, sorry, but I have to. It's simply if someone decided to destabilize any place, and make it more like uncontrolled area. nowadays you don't have a strong type of government that could control the situation, you know?
No, I agree. I really think it was our problem, and we should have cared. First of all,
Well, then Pepe, let him finish.
Jesus Christ, Kelly.
Yeah, so
Listen, this is not about religion, Pepe. Just let him finish, and you can jump.
yeah, so the point here that the Americans, the American military, they came to Iraq and they, knocked out Saddam Hussein, which was a good news, by the way, for a lot of people believing in, being free and getting rid of a dictator. People like us who do not like the dictatorship, they want to live in a free situation. That was a good news. But the bad news that thereafter, when every single Islamist came to Iraq, America decided to leave Iraq the way it is. And now what happened in Iraq, simply that we are under the control of Islamists. For the first time of the Iraqi history, and if you read the history of Iraq, you would find that Iraq as a modern country, it was never under Islamic rule. It was under a kingdom of Iraq back to after the World War One. And then
I want to make sure that you're getting your points across. Hold on.
Kelly, let him finish.
But make sure they're like brief enough that people can consume them. That's
sorry.
just advice because your voice.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm going to finish. So Iraq now is under the control of the Islamists, and Islamists are controlling the situation the way it is. They like it because they came in and they for the first time they are controlling the situation in Iraq, and they knew that already they have a good ally, which is the United States of America, by the way, that who would support them. You can find, if you follow the formal speech of any American cabinet, whether it be in Democrats or Republicans, after any Iraqi election, and which would always end with an Islamic cabinet, because you don't have any other choice. So only have Islamists. Any guy who stands against the Islamists, who will be kicked out by the Islamists. And then you'll find the American cabinet, whether being Republican, whether being Democratic, they would go and announce that they are supporting the Iraqi government. And even back to 2019, when Iraqis went in a big protest in Baghdad against the Islamists, those Iraqis were killed in front of all the cameras. And what America did, simply that, unfortunately, decided to do nothing and let the Islamists get back the situation in 2020. And
sorry, it's a little too much. Like, my only point was just to say that if the American military goes in for strategic purpose in a country and says we want regime change because this regime is threatening us or whatever, and they go and implement that.
People are saying maybe you should also include that you restabilize it.
Okay, no.
Disagree.
Why? Yeah, of course I disagree. Why is restabilizing a country up like to the American?
Maybe it would. Maybe it would be an incentive. It's like, why if it's destabilized? Although this guy's saying that Islamists take it over, and I don't know, did it not lead to potentially another fucking regime that will threaten the U.S.?
You can go back
but it did lead to.
And when you're fighting cavemen again, and when you're fighting cavemen again, it's even easier to go in and obliterate them. And it's the same thing over and over and over. It's not as simple as just sending over a couple of B-2 bombers and 4 days away and just bombing their facilities. It's not that easy.
Simon, okay, first of all, nobody, like ISIS would have never came into power and been able to do anything if it was not for Iraq being, basically destabilized. A lot of people, including myself, will say Saddam Hussein was a bad person, but he did rule with an iron fist. He did not allow Islamists to gain any kind of influence in his country. We did have to go, and why you say why should we have destabilized it? Well, we can look at the ISIS attacks that occurred primarily in Europe. We can look at
if you think
the
they're going to
regional.
shut the Constitution in there, if you shut the Constitution down the Iraqi people's throats or whatever, do you think that they would have accepted that?
Well, I think that it would have been in our best interest not to have Islamists take over the country.
I agree. I think Islam is a plague on the world, but that's a separate discussion. I'm simply saying my position was if America goes into a country, because someone mentioned every time America goes into a country it gets taken over by, and then they leave, it gets taken over by Islamists. I'm saying that's not the problem of America.
It is
and
the
if
problem
you want
of
to say
America.
no, it isn't.
It's an American created problem.
May I ask you
I'm not
destabilize the situation?
Again,
You guys are missing the point.
destabilizes.
Like this whole like whose fault is it? That's a construct, and yes, it makes sense to all of us. And so in that way, it's true. But Simon is speaking outside of that. He's talking about realities and like the blame game and like what's righteous or what we think is moral. It really doesn't have a great like mechanism for enforcing it.
I mean, the bigger question with what you guys
But
are
I interrupted Simon because like I feel like you guys are trying to look at this through.
I think the bigger part should be.
Hold on, I interrupted Simon first. There's no way.
I'll be quick. I just want to also.
Yeah. Okay, so Simon, go ahead. First, Jesus Christ, just let Simon finish.
Leave him out of this.
He could have fucking been.
That's what she said.
Yeah, no, I'm just like my entire position is just if America, just because America goes into a country and destabilizes it, okay, again, that's not up to the American people to go and restabilize a country, like regardless of the things. If America says, listen, these guys are threatening us, for whatever the justification they give, okay, regardless if it's a good or bad one, I'm just simply saying, if they go in and then leave and then something else happens, the principle is not, oh, well, now this is up to the Americans to fix it, and they have to put this Band-Aid on and whatever.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. It's not in our interest, and we're not obligated to. I understand that. But I mean, generally, the reason the slogan "you break it, you fix it" is long been something that's.
That's just
Call the store manager. What are they going to do about it? That's the ultimate.
We get it. I just think we all understand that what you're trying to convey. I guess we're just telling you we disagree with it and think it's stupid.
Well,
I think it leads to more people chanting death to America over the long run. I think that's why the world hates us. But you can ignore the rest of it. They're gonna hate us regardless.
The world hates us because they hate Western civilization.
Bullshit. They hate us because we fuck with them.
Yeah.
No. Well, I'm from the eastern side of the world.
They hate us because they hate us.
It's not
One of the dumbest things, like George W. Bush would say, they hate us because of our freedoms. I get suck a fucking dick. They hate us because they look at us as constantly fucking with them. I mean, if it wasn't for that, what would they care?
How many people over there, like if you look at Syria, if you look at all of these places and you do a tally, is it America killing more or is it like their own regimes killing them?
They understand that we play a huge role in it, and I'm sure all of the Alawites and the Christians that were living in Syria absolutely fucking despise America for their role in lending support to the rebels that were fighting Assad, and now the only man that protected them is out of power. Now they have in power people that want to kill them. So, yeah, there's a lot of people that are going to be upset because of our role.
I mean, this has been going on way before even America's intervened in these countries. So, just to put the blame on America is, it's completely useless. It's a talking point for sure. But
But you're telling them how to feel. They're good.
I mean, I'm simply stating the reality of it. I mean, I don't care how these
Yeah, he's
people
not
feel
telling.
or not.
He's not telling anyone how to feel. You guys are implying by telling him how you feel, which is fair. I think a lot of us feel that way, and I think Simon is just stating a reality.
Yeah, okay.
We know that's a reality.
Sorry, I just want to explain this point. Simply, if you are going to take any child from his father, mother, people that are taking care of him, and then you throw him in a motorway full of cars and already out of 100 kilometer per hour, then if that child is going to be killed, by road traffic accident, it's your responsibility. That's number one. So what happened by taking the government, the dictator out, and that dictator was, just like any other dictator type of government, the dictator always connecting all the power to him or to her in case of women. So dictator is trying to control everything, even the police, even the sometimes even the way people are thinking. So when he's knocked out, everything will be out of control. And from ethical point of view, you have to take care of the community, arrange it the way it is, or at least do not let the criminals in. So if you knock out a dictator and then decide to call every Islamist to that country and let those Islamists control the situation, and then you say, I'm sorry, we are not going to, we cannot control the situation, we are leaving it the way it is. From ethical point of view, this is unacceptable. This is number one. From strategical point of view, those Islamists will never, ever be a real ally of the United States of America, because they do not believe in democracy. And what America did simply, that it's brought its enemies to Iraq and let them control the whole situation. And it decided to kick the people that they can, think, negotiate, or accept, or at least respect the Western civilization. So if you bring in Islamists, for sure, you will not find people that respect or like the Western civilization. The time that you are kicking the liberalist and the non-religious type of people out of the country. So that's number two. This is from the strategical point of view.
Can you make sure that this last point is pretty brief, because people are going to get lost in this? And then when you're finished, Curse, go ahead and jump in, because I know that we kept getting in your way. But try to keep it brief, because I want everybody to actually understand your perspective, because it's kind of the only one that is relevant or informed in here. And the more concise it is, the better it will be.
Okay. First of all, I'm sorry for taking too long explaining the point, because
there's a lot to explain.
Just
so
go
you're
to
definitely
number
forgiven.
3.
But the problem that you had some points to talked about some points, and first of all, we do not hate the Western civilization. We may not accept it the way it is if we listen to people talking about how to destabilize a country, then live in it the way it is. Sure, we will not like that type of thinking, but we will not hate others. That's the point, number one. Number two,
Don't start again with the number 2. You were already in the number 3, dude.
No, it was more about the ideas already people were talking about, so I had to illustrate those points.
Okay, can we, let Curse get in, and then you can finish your points, because Kel is right about the length. Curse, you wanted to say? Curse, it's now or never. Musanda.
Yes.
It's now or never.
Why are we letting these guys speak?
But why is he gay?
Why are you gay?
Who think I'm gay?
Curse. We want. You've been shut down a few times, so we wanted to give you a chance to. I feel like you were doing something. I don't know. Were you having a private moment, Curse? If not, please.
You don't answer that.
He doesn't get it. Jesus Christ, it's horrible. This is horrible.
Jesus Christ. Don't want to
I just wanted to say, well, Curse decides to interrupt someone again because he didn't take advantage of his own space. Let me just say to what? Oh, Q, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I know. Should I call you Mister?
No, call me Miss.
Anyway, Ali, I agree with you what you're saying, and to Simon's point, to bring it back to like, oh, who gives a shit to what these guys or the regime change or if it's worse. Well, strategically, as Ali is saying, like, it's not in the interest of the US that Islamic regimes take over these countries, because they are the ones that are trying to kill the Western civilization and the US people and the Europeans and everyone. You know, since 9/11, there have been over 40,000 terrorists. Oh my God, Lou!
No problem.
Since 9/11, there have been over 40,000 terrorist attacks that have been funded and backed by the IRGC, the Islamic regimes. So I don't know if it's really a position to take of like, oh, who gives a shit? Why is America's responsibility of what happens after they invaded? Well, in a way it is, because they destabilized a country that turned worse, not only for the people of the country, and you can say, okay, who gives a shit about the people of the country, and maybe you're right, but ultimately, strategically and in the long term, is not being positive either for the interest of the US, unless that is exactly what they want, and they want more Islamic regime, maybe in order to try to justify more wars in that region. I don't know, but having IRGC and Islamic regimes doesn't play well for us in the West.
Yeah, I mean, there's also like a bunch of countries giving aid to like terrorists.
Yeah, but I mean, don't jump into something else. I mean, we're talking about these.
I mean, if you're gonna talk about concretes, I mean,
yeah, we're talking about a concrete in this case. So yeah, I know that there are a lot of things that we shouldn't be doing, but I'm talking about your who cares, and I'm addressing the who cares specifically.
Okay, fine. Okay, but the reality is that it's not up to the American government. It's not up to the American taxpayer to just be like, oh, well, just because we went into a regime, we wanted to change a regime. Well, we're gonna have to just, make sure that like that's a separate discussion. Like,
Dude, but are you listening to what I am saying? Because you're saying, okay,
yes.
Just because we went to change a regime doesn't mean that we should care. Well, guess what? The taxpayer is also going to be impacted, because when you have a shitty regime that is worse than the one that you took down, then yeah, it's going to be on the taxpayer as well to fight that terrorism that is being put in place there because of the actions that initially the Americans took.
That's another. But again, that's another thing. You have to take it one step at a time. If I go in, I eliminate the threat. You can accept. I'm not saying like just completely eyes closed. Don't pay attention to the facts on the ground. I'm simply saying, if your position is that, well, America went in, changed it, now it's up to the Americans to fix it. It's like, no, it isn't. That was my only point.
Okay, so Simon, may I ask you a question?
Absolutely, go ahead. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Can you tell me, please, what was the type of the government controlling Iraq before American decision to destabilize Iraq?
How is that relevant to the principle?
No, I'm just asking. It was a simple question. The type of government controlling the situation in Iraq before 2003. You don't know.
I don't know.
So you think that America went in and it decided to take a good decision by knocking out the government of Iraq, and that was a good decision? You think so?
So again, that has nothing to do with what I said.
2003.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I said.
What did you say?
I'm merely stating the principle of what's going on. That's why when Daniel was in the room, I also kicked it back to him and I said, I applied the same principle to Israel.
It's not about Israel or non-Israel. We are talking about American decision to destabilize
That's
Iraq.
why I said, but that's exactly my point. I said, I don't know the particulars of what happened in that conflict. I'm simply stating the principle of what should. Well, thank you for what?
For explaining
You're asking me a question that has nothing to do with what I've been saying for the last 20 minutes.
No, you said that America has the right, or to go and remove the risk related to that type of governor or dictator in Iraq, and then if their country was destabilized, it's not the responsibility of America to restabilize the country.
I know, and I gave the example of Israel, and I can give the example of any other government that feels threatened, and it has nothing to do with that particular concrete. I'm merely stating the principle of if I'm a taxpayer and my government says there's a legitimate threat in another nation, regardless if it's Iraq, regardless if it's Iran, regardless if it's Gaza, regardless if it's Israel, it doesn't matter. The principle remains the same. What if it's China? If it's China, we fuck them. So the whole point is that you can go in, do what you need to do, and then you leave, and whatever happens after, it is what it is. It's not up to me, it's up to you. Take control of your own lives and to make sure that you go and you fight for your own freedoms. If you don't, and then there is another dictator that takes the place, that's on you.
Then we have to continually keep doing this over and over forever.
Well, no, but hold on. You guys, here's the thing. Everyone's hold on, Simon. Everyone's pretending like Simon hasn't made a point. It doesn't need to be a point that people are comfortable with, but literally the situation that exists today is a product of the point that Simon is making. I mean, for sure, there was this whole long period where America existed in Afghanistan, but it still did not succeed at restabilizing the country. So there, regardless of what any moral structure or I don't know, any kind of righteous belief about how people or nation states should treat one another, beliefs do not dictate reality. The reality is that America destabilized the nation and did not pick the pieces up out of aisle 5, glue them back together, and hand them to the store manager. And there's nobody doing a goddamn thing about it. I mean, not that people can't do anything about it in the future, not that if America were in a weakened state or from some other nation that something couldn't be done about it, but there is a way in which these rules that everyone wants to have faith in because it makes us feel better only go so far.
And we're all saying no, just not in the store in the first place.
Okay, well that's a whole other argument.
I know, so let's talk about something else, because this is kind of boring.
This is really boring, holy shit.
So I just wanted to say something, and last I'm going to leave the room. Thank you very much for having me at the stage, and that was really, and thank you for accepting my broken English the way it is.
How old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm 44. Yeah, I'm 44.
Okay,
yeah.
So you were a teenager when you went in.
I'm 44. Yeah.
No, but you were a teenager when the U.S. went in.
Okay. So first of all, we did not have any Islamic type of dictator here in Iraq, and so nowadays we are having Islamic dictators, and we are having even more than dictators. We have a lot of militias killing people because of their ideas. If you look away different, maybe if you think away different, that's what will face you with a pistol and you'll be killed. And simply that's because American invasion and decision to destabilize the area by removing a secular type of dictator, and who did not, stand against any American decision in the area, because he was more like a big mouth, speaking a lot but doing nothing when it comes to fighting against America. And he did not represent any threat, and he did not participate in September 11. In fact, he was very professional when it comes to killing extremists. And that's why Iraq was a clear country, had no extremists. From strategical point of view, America just created an area of extremism that was free of any extremists by invading Iraq. I wish that people, when they say that why would we face a lot of extremists from Middle East, they should always remember that it's part of American previous bad decisions, like in case of Afghanistan back to the 1980s, and in case of Iraq back to the 2003. And then America should not, ask why we are facing a lot of people asking to have asylum, trying to be refugees in our country, because those people are the people that are trying to escape or run away from Islamists that were supported by America into their country. Thank you very much for having me at the stage, and all the best for everybody. We do not hate any other civilizations. We respect all of the people in any other part of the world. We like it, and we try to communicate all people. One day, if Iraq was restabilized by other maybe country, I would invite you all to be in Iraq, and maybe we will go out for a drink or enjoy a good time in a cafe. And that time we will not be responsible for what we are already facing because of American previous decision.
Thanks, Ali.
Thank you.
Anyway, so,
what would have happened if, Saddam had a stroke and died, though? I mean, was it stable enough to where, it wouldn't have, the Islamists wouldn't have come in? You think?
I think his sons would have taken over.
you think the Islamists would have taken over anyway?
No, his son.
His son. Okay, his sons were crazy, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't know. I was asking.
Did you guys kill the sons as well?
Yes.
I think he killed one of his sons, right?
They died like a dog.
Raping people.
Oh my god, just one. Did you guys kill all his sons?
Nobody answered because she gets upset.
No, it's that all of you talk at the same time.
No, I think you're doing a delay or something.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, maybe you should think about that before you act like a crazy.
I have the answer.
No.
She's a woman.
I'm a woman and I'm allowed to act like the way I want. And on top of that, I'm a Latina, so I get a pass for that too.
You know what? I'm for the Islamists. It's not the one.
Here's the answer. Saddam Hussein's sons Uday and Qusay Hussein were killed by U.S. forces on July 22nd, 2003.
So there are no descendants left.
No.
Wait, no, he had a grandson, right?
Oh, yeah, I don't know if that. Let's ask.
Yeah, I'm sure he was fucking up. Sorry. We have to say he's gonna die like a dog.
Like, you keep saying that, I don't get it. The Trump or something?
Yeah.
You haven't seen that video?
No.
Oh, I'm gonna send it to you right now.
What's his name? Barack Obama died like a dog.
Yeah, let me play it because it's amazing. Let me play it. Let me look where it
But
is.
Shane Gillis reenacting that. That's like even funnier.
Saddam has grandchildren and at least 5 great-grandchildren.
Here it is. I found it. I know. Wait.
Most people knock on doors and go in, but our soldiers know. They just bust through walls.
My daddy died like a dog.
They tried to give me the virus. Beat the virus.
Here it is. Okay, let me put the music thing. Music.
Here is the.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. The United States launched a targeted operation against that compound.
They did a lot of shooting. Even not going through the front door. You know, you think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you say knock, knock.
After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body.
He died like a dog.
It's not part of the end of our effort.
A beautiful dog.
We give thanks for the men who carried out this operation.
And I don't get any credit for this, but that's okay. I never do. Here we are.
May God bless you. And may God bless the United States of America.
And I'm writing a book.
Yeah, it's a comparison of how Obama delivered the news and how Trump delivered the news.
Trump is funny. He died like a dog.
Wait, how did he die? Sound that?
He died like a dog.
Beautiful dog.
You believe that circus that happened? You actually believe that circus that happened with the wrong?
Where is Lou? Ah, here it is.
The big, beautiful.
Wasn't the bill that they passed while all that shit was happening and everybody was distracted?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Oh yeah, it was called the Genius Act. Maybe people need to go look with that.
Wait, what are you mumbling about?
Still, he's on stage now.
You're the last person to
There
say.
are major things that happened during this whole Iran thing. Genius
That
Act
was
was
one of the
passed.
money that was done. Boom, boom, and it's over.
Digital currency is now
Who
under
was talking
government
about
control.
Iran? Who was talking about Iran?
No, he is. Only he.
No, she is.
Who mentioned Iran?
No, so the Genius Act is between, like, from what I understand,
They're comparing the victory speeches of Trump and freaking Obama. Like, hello.
yeah, and the point is just being made
You're
of the
talking about
Genius
you
Act.
went,
Dude,
went
Simon,
directly
are
to
you
policy.
like some things up, man? I don't know why you always do this. You always ask me like, what are we talking about? Or something.
Well,
Well, because she's trying to show a joke, and you're talking about policy. So it's like I'm trying to figure out.
Understanding is.
and you also say
We can understand you.
keep sucking interrupting me too, Mikhail.
Accomplished. Like, that was
Mikhail,
all
if you
shit.
were,
The nuclear
if you
program
were
hasn't
not,
been destroyed.
Mikhail, if you were not the only hot Palestinian in this app, I would block you.
There's no reason why you can't argue with me anyways, Esau. Like, dude, ask Pepe. Dude, Pepe, are you even there? Pepe.
I would let you clap.
Pepe.
Oh.
Between me and
Look at
Esau, who do you think would win in a debate on anything geopolitics?
Between whom?
Between me and Esau.
I mean, in the Middle East, you would. I think you would win in the Middle East.
You would destroy me?
Absolutely. It would not even. It would be just beating a little kid.
He knows a lot more about the Middle East than you likely would.
Yeah, that's fine, but I am not. I'm not putting my arguments either like all based on history and facts and Quran and whatever. It's just on common sense, you know. And
Can you like ever engage in like geopolitics and not talk about like religion? Is that like possible?
I don't even know who you're talking to.
You.
I am. You're not listening, dude. I mean, I don't know if it's just men that don't listen or just you. I am saying that you might be more knowledgeable in terms of history and religion and all of that, but my way of tackling what's happening right now in the Middle East is not necessarily rooted on all the names and dates and all the figures, but it's more a philosophical argument and a common sense. It's more rooted in common sense. And what I said is that I wouldn't root it in religion and history and all of that, and figures and dates and whatever.
I'm just saying, Trump didn't really accomplish anything. It was more smokes and mirror than anything. Really didn't hurt Iran. Iran's on its way to get a whole
by a whole air force from China. Their nuclear program.
Yes, honey, you are gonna win the war. You're going to destroy Israel. The land will go back to you again.
As practices, that's the best way to say that. You need to avoid best practices in a way that can be.
And I know you wanted to make. Jerry, you there?
Yes, thank you, Marshall. You're right. We may, or at least those of us who have spoken so far, be wrong. It could be that it was totally obliterated. By the way,
Say when it's gonna be big, and then it just isn't big. It's really little.
Y'all don't see Netanyahu literally almost got the parliament almost dissolved the government. The Knesset almost dissolved the government.
Yeah, I know. You know why they didn't? Because he was too busy dissolving your.
The next day, so Netanyahu could prevent another vote. He starts a war. Like,
Do you do this also
that's
in
just
your?
a coincidence. They think.
Do you do this also in your personal life that you're going to promise that it's gonna be big and it's just a little small thing?
Oh my God! No one is promising anything big other than Israel. Israel's the one promising to like regime change and destroy nuclear programs and eliminate.
Do you think this isn't this because you really haven't seen anything big?
Iron Dome and all this stuff.
Mikhail, if you guys are winning the war, if you guys are winning the war, if you guys are winning the war, why do you keep whining? Well, shouldn't you be very excited?
No. There's winning the war, just like how the Viet Cong won the war. Yeah, there were a lot of villagers and people that were murdered and burned to death, but they still won.
But it was worth it, right?
No,
I mean,
it wasn't
you
worth
won
it.
the war. You're winning the war, so
Delaying
it's worth it,
it's
right?
satanic. It's satanic to prevent inevitable results. Like you're not gonna change the landscape of this.
Miguel, I'm just asking a very simple question.
Israel will eventually be.
Was the 50,000 deaths worth it?
What? No deaths are worth it.
Well, it seems they were because I mean you were winning, right?
However, if you think you're gonna do the inevitable or something, you're gonna do the impossible, and you're gonna try to like force the people into something. Even godless people won against tyrants. Vietnamese and many other people disadvantaged and lost huge casualties and still won. You can't break a will of the people. It's not gonna happen. These things don't happen anymore.
America couldn't do it. Why do people think Israel couldn't do it? It's crazy.
It's not America couldn't do it. I mean, that's America can do whatever it wants. The reality is that the leaders are just fucking weak bitches, and America just looks like has been a paper tiger since World War II, and that's just that's a more philosophical issue.
World War II, the style of World War II is the military is prepared for a total war. You go to war against China or Korea and you level everything to the ground. The American military isn't equipped for these long-term occupations and nation building and trying to mind apart the people. It's not prepared for that now.
But that's my point, and America is not willing to do that anymore. That's my whole point.
Look, you can't just do total war on any group, especially if it's not like a democracy.
Says who?
Says who? Yeah, I mean, what do you mean? Of course you can.
Yeah, you're gonna lose your legitimacy in the world. The United States has legitimacy in the world because it's supposed to guarantee open markets and trade routes and naval routes. That's what America's supposed to do. That's why people invest in America and they tie their currency with the dollar. It's supposed to be your stability and order in the world. You can't just go and nuke Afghanistan or carpet bomb all of Afghanistan and call it a day.
Why not?
I disagree with that. People tie to the dollar because they don't trust each other, but they trust the US dollar because America is
So when you go and you invade Iraq, guess what? Iran starts developing weapons and a program.
Okay, and other nations,
because there's no more trust in the world.
There's no more trust. You see what happens
What
with
does
the
trust have to do
invading
with
Iraq. You
nations
see
threatening
Russia and Ukraine. You see all this that's happening. This is what happens when you just go and commit these illegitimate wars.
How is an illegitimate war on an illegitimate regime illegitimate?
Do you have North Korea right there? If you think every illegitimate
Is North Korea
perspective,
is North Korea trying to make that to America?
What makes a regime illegitimate?
If it doesn't uphold individual rights.
Individual
What's
rights
your
and
what's your standard?
like what is that like?
What's your standard?
How many states in the world hold your ideal version of?
It's not about.
Okay, so why are every country being invaded right now? Oh yeah, it's not about individual rights.
I'm asking you. What's your standard?
Spreading American hegemony, and even now we're not spreading American hegemony. We're putting America in these useless wars that America doesn't
Nobody's
benefit
spreading
from.
American
For the
hegemony.
sake of
Israel just spread Iran.
Maniacal dream of some greater Israel where they hold some sort of hegemony in the Middle East.
I don't know.
When they don't even have the population.
Are you saying that North Korea is a legitimate, or government?
I mean, kinda.
Are you gonna go invade them? Let's say they're not. Are you gonna go invade them? Should we go invade them?
You should. I'm like, why are you putting words in my mouth? I just asked you. Do you think you personally?
I don't think that's a justification to invade a country. Don't think so.
I don't think so either. I gave you my just. You asked me a question. What makes a nation legit or a government legitimate? I said if they uphold individual rights. Okay, and then I asked you what your standard was for legitimate government. You didn't answer me.
I think any government that can maintain the order and the standard of life and war wouldn't, bring a better life or a better regime is a legitimate
Does
regime.
Israel uphold people's rights? I mean,
yeah, exactly.
And Palestinian Christians, they have it so great in the West Bank. Amazing.
So you're saying people don't flourish in Israel?
No, I'm talking about in the West Bank.
All of what Israel considers its territory.
West Bank isn't Israel.
No, it puts it on its maps, considers it part of its territories. Netanyahu brags about that all the time.
I just read about what Christian Palestinians that live in the West Bank have to say about it. In fact, look at what the church is. There are a bunch of different denominations.
Why are you're not a Christian? Oh, you're appealing to.
Well, no. I mean, just he thinks that I'm just being biased or some shit. I mean, and just chat GPT it. Why have Christians been leaving, and why are they? What do they have to say about the Israeli occupation? But you talk about human rights. I mean.
And now everybody wants to act like Saddam Hussein wasn't a pawn in America's hand. Like they didn't arm him. These chemical weapons just came out of nowhere, and this army of his came out of nowhere, and they didn't back him up against Iran. Meanwhile, backing Iran against him, just played games the whole time. America's not doing.
About concrete and garbage politicians. I'm with you all day.
Destroying states and ensuring hegemony.
No, it's.
And I don't even mind if that was the strategy. If the petrodollar, someone threatening the petrodollar, whatever. Okay, but when engaging in these wars that literally don't benefit America, don't really, increase American hegemony, and we're doing it for the sake of this entity, and we're doing it because it's on this biblical fantasy of fulfilling some sort of Abrahamic covenant. Give me a break, man.
Just a legit question to ask. What evidence does anyone have that America is losing any hegemonic power, either on land mass in the sea or financial? I mean, I keep hearing the talking point, but I don't see it in real life.
I mean, just the rise of BRICS alone, just that initiative alone, showcases that the world is unhappy with how America is running things. They want options. They might not be like fully accelerating on this endeavor.
Look at the countries who aren't. I mean, like the fact that you're pointing to BRICS. I mean, look at BRICS. Like obviously those would be countries that are unhappy, but like obviously I'm not saying America is a perfect country like the way it's being ran, but like don't contrast that and say some of the world's worst nations on the planet are unhappy with America. It's like I don't care what China or fucking South Africa thinks.
China is the worst country in the I would say China has done huge leaps. I think it's insane.
Huge leaps in terms of what?
Advancing their people and their technology and their sovereignty.
Well, I mean, I could say the same thing about the Soviet Union, but like...
No, China is much successful.
But like, again, I'm talking about individual rights, like human flourishing. You're talking about like, like some...
I think the standard of life in China is increasing, and I don't think anybody can deny that.
Well, I mean, if you're comparing like in 1950s China to today, yeah, obviously, but like... You can do the same thing with like Hong Kong and be like, well,
I'm live streaming their room, but
versus
this is
China, like
Lisa's
China
room.
did an absolutely like piss poor job.
But this would be a good place to get Mikhail. Can you find the room?
Sure, probably. If
Let me see if I can.
Sorry, I picked myself up. Probably if I'm not blocked.
Yeah, let me see if I can find. Well, I can't copy and paste it here, but it's called.
What's the name of it? You can text it to me. You and I are connected.
No,
via text.
that phone, I'm blocked, so I can't see the room. But it's Barely Friends, Russia, Israel, Iran, USA, Love Entanglements, Issa, Sarah, Pepe, Kelly, Simon.
Okay, hang on. Let me look.
Simon, Mikhail's in that mode where he's been talking for 20 minutes now endlessly, and it would be a great opportunity to go in there.
I don't see the room. You said
It's
only friends.
It's in the Itty Bitty Titty Committee house called Barely Friends, Russia, Israel, Iran.
Hang on a second. Let me look for itty bitty. Russia, Israel, Iran. Okay, I'm going in.
Okay, great. See you soon. Bye.
You guys think are fighting. The truth is, it's just a game of optics, I'd say, and the Arab nations are just playgrounds to just blow up. That's just how I see it, to be honest with you.
Do you know that Musanda, when I went to North Korea in 2012, do you know the currency they use in North Korea?
I'm presuming dollars.
The dollar. So I mean, when I hear people say this, they just laugh. Anyway,
Yeah, it's like it's all internet, man. That's what I'm saying. People get figured like it's all mutual.
It's Americans that say this shit. It's America. It's just an American. Like Americans just say the dumbest of shit and they think that they're smart. So just no country can compare. In fact, we mention BRICS. I don't know South African.
The world doesn't really have a problem with the United States. The world doesn't want Russia to be the sole power. They don't want China, but they don't want either the United States. The United States, threatening the way the trajectory it's going, this populist rise in America, this use of tariffs to maintain economic hegemony. Like people want options, and states are going to.
China and Russia are like the average person is very poor in these countries.
So the tariff looks like
it's not even close.
Their standard of living is going up.
Not much.
That's meaningless. I mean, that's a meaningless.
I think
their
that's
standard of living. I mean, like you could basically say like, well, like before the Soviet Union, it's like Tsarist Russia was like really fucking poor, but like we just basically like the states made everyone slaves. And China's the average person in China is poor, like, I mean,
that's not how you analyze a country.
The average person is middle class. I mean, come on, man. Chinese are known as
average person in China is not middle class.
Living up to a pretty good standard of life.
This is not even a discussion. That's not even a discussion.
Increasing military spending, their economy is still growing, their standard of life is still going up. Let's see, China's doing pretty well.
But again, those are arbitrary metrics. Like the fact that military spending goes up. It's like, again, this is why I said those are just arbitrary. I'm talking about real human flourishing. Individual rights is the number one metric to signal whether a country will go up or down. To the degree that you're a totalitarian state and you have individual rights, you are North Korea. North Korea is just a dirt poor fucking nothing in the world. And then to the degree that you hold individual rights,
China
now is North Korea.
Well, I agree with North Korea, but there's something out here.
China is economically are very free. Like I'd even argue China economically are probably more free than America, to be honest with you. But I can't say that Chinese people Chinese people have civil freedoms. So like you have like what real innovation.
Chinese people use the socialism and communism to orchestrate socially, but their objective is very, very capitalist commercially and towards the rest of the world. And also internally, like they have built fucking Shanghai in 20 years. They completely turn it around.
Because of capitalism.
Yeah, but the way they orchestrate the activities inside of the country is through socialism and communism. Yeah. But
China is a socialist.
The Chinese are
I
very
would say it's fascist.
They have 20 and 30-year plan, and everybody sticks to it. But they are very capitalist objectives. But the way that they orchestrate it internally is very authoritarian.
Yeah, again, this is the whole, this is the fascist regime. It's not like they're communist in name, but the reality is that, China just dictates, what people can do, civilly, but they let people be free economically because they know, okay, well, listen, central planning doesn't actually work economically, but we'll centrally plan everything, when it comes to social things. So, people have the illusion of being free.
So they don't have a lot of economic freedom internally, Simon. I mean, people can I don't know, do their own transactions and whatever, but they're not really free. And also, it's not only about the authoritarian and centralized authorities. It's also a fact that culturally, Chinese are a collective society. Like when you meet Chinese people, they're always in groups. They don't necessarily have a leader that is the speaker or whatever. No, they have a leader of the group, but that leader of the group always saves face. They have another one that is the speaker that coordinates with the leader, but they work as a collective. They have a very collectivist mindset. It's not like us that we are individualistic. So when you try to implement these type of authoritarian models in China, they are all very they acquiesce, to the instructions because they believe in the greater good of the collective.
Yeah, they don't really care.
Not like us.
They
So
want
the
the
mentality and the culture is completely different than ours.
Collective.
They are the collective, but this comes from their own culture, the way they serve each other, the way that the way that their spirituality works. Everything.
One for the many.
I was very impressed when I went to China. The type of social dynamic that they have not been forced into it. They have they were just born into it, and they just the way that we appreciate individualism, they appreciate collectivism. They move in groups. Even when they travel, you see them all the time moving in groups, and all the time having a united voice in that little group where they do tourism. They never speak on their own. And they're very silent and respectful to others, and so it's their culture. We don't have that. And to me, it was a clash when I was there.
and you need to learn how to navigate, because otherwise you might risk offending them, so it's a cultural clash. And then I was in Shanghai and other little towns around Shanghai, and it was impressive to me because I was like in these rooftops and super nice restaurants and whatever with people that had a lot of money, like Arabs doing like these sheikhs, like doing petrol business and whatever. And the type of people that I met, I was like, wow, like this doesn't seem like a communist country. I felt like I was in Vegas or something like that, or even more posh than Vegas. It was much nicer than Dubai. Like these rooftops and bars and restaurants, they were amazing. And then people there, not Chinese people, they were all from outside doing business in China. And it's hard to believe that
in China
that this world was in a communist country, I was expecting something like Cuba or something like that, but no, not at all.
I mean, Cuba doesn't have any semblance of economic freedom, though. That's the whole point. Like, the Chinese government recognizes, listen, if we go back to like Mao's China, we're fucked. So they said, okay, you know what? We'll change the rules. We'll let people be economically free to produce, but when they produce, it's gonna go towards the collective, and that's it. So you're individual.
Yeah, but it was not. But that's my point. It was not engineered. So to the Chinese, it is engineered, but implementing this type of system in our society where we're individualists, it would be a huge cultural shock. For them, it fits, because whether they have this authoritarian regime or not, they are collectivists. They have a collectivist culture.
Wait, are you saying
the Chinese people are fucking cheap? Chinese people are fucking cheap.
Bless you.
For themselves.
Sorry, no, it's coughing. I'm coughing a lot, and my throat is like, I think I'm about to have blood in my throat. Like I've been coughing so much. But yeah, they have a collectivist mindset since before Mao. It's just part of the religion, or however you want to call it, like their spiritual approach, the Confucianism or whatever. It's just part of who they are. This is how they conceive the world.
Yeah, that's why Chinese people are fucking cheap, just as much as Russians and just as much as all the other rest of the collectivists.
No, but Russians are not collectivists.
Russians are collectivists.
Russians, when they move in society, they are not collectivists. They are very individualistic. They are Christians. Christians are not necessarily, they're Orthodox Christians. Christians don't move in collectivist world. They have a different mindset. Russia was collectivist because of the government, because of the communism involved there. But it's not in their nature, it's not part of their culture. They were being oppressed in order to achieve that collectivism. China is different. China is naturally their spiritual beliefs and framework and whatever is a collectivist one. So regardless of the government, regardless of any authoritarianism, they are collectivists by nature. It's a different culture. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, I think Russian culture ever been individualistic. You had Tsarist Russia, you had Soviet Union, you had like whatever the fuck Russia is today. At what point does any Russian ever have any semblance of individualism?
Simon, they're more similar to us than you imagine. They have gone through a lot of problems and ideology issues and whatever, but let's say that their spiritual culture doesn't match their political culture, so they have had to be molded into that. They were oppressed in order to achieve that. The Chinese, and this is what I'm trying to explain, and maybe I'm wrong, but this is what I observed and what I have learned from them, is that regardless of the type of government they have, they are collectivists. Even if you install democracy tomorrow in China, they will still be collectivists because of their spiritual framework, because of their understanding of life, because their understanding of nature and everything, like their whole philosophical framework. It's a collectivist one.
Russians are the exact same.
No.
And I'm asking you to point to me why not. Like what period has a Russian known individualism? Like where does that idea even come out of?
Well, just Christianity. Christianity is not a collectivist ideology. Christianity is not a hold on. No, it's not. You are on your own. The fact that you look for community in Christianity, it doesn't mean that it's a collectivist framework. Because hold in Christianity, you are responsible of your own actions. You and God are the hold on. It is a direct connection between you and God, and it's up to you, and the responsibility falls on the individual. Christianity is not a collectivist culture or framework. You have a community, but you are not collectivist. Chinese are different. Just Google it, dude.
Put aside America. What?
I don't care about America. I'm talking about spirituality. And I'm talking about spirituality because that is an important component of the culture of people.
The morality of Christianity preaches this is not even up for debate. The morality of altruism in Christianity, it's vested in the nature of the philosophy itself to be collectivistic.
Oh, dude, Russians are so much like in the West, like
they are very Western, yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. I actually think they have more in common with us than even Latin Americans that like grew up in proximity with us.
Maybe spending a few grand.
When you say Western, what does that mean?
Western people from Western Europe and the New World.
Like idea-wise, what does that mean?
Western is
nuclear family, Christian
values, Roman law, and Greek philosophy. That is the definition of Western.
Is it China? Is it Congress of that slavery?
Say that again. Roman law, Greek philosophy, and what?
Greek philosophy, Roman law, and Christian values.
No, I mean, so would you say like Middle Age, Dark Ages, 10th century Rome is Western?
It's what we have adopted from the history and from the past. We have adopted Christian values that were spread through Christianity. Maybe you can call them Aristotelian or whatever you want, but they were still spread by Christianity. Then you have Roman law and you have Greek philosophy, which is really all of it refinement.
But no, okay, well that's the part you missed. So that's why I asked you. So those three were all present in the Dark Ages. So, would you say, the Dark Ages is Western, Western civilization? No, the biggest part you missed was the Enlightenment, which is, that's kind of like a rejection of Christianity itself. So to say, it's based off of, this, it's Western civilization doesn't come out of a vacuum, but to attribute it to only those three things when it was present for 1,500 years, and we had nothing, then it's to attribute it to that.
Dude, I guess, but I don't understand. Is do you think that, aside from language, Russians are nearly fucking identical to people from the UK? I don't know.
That's my point. The UK is not a Western.
Oh god.
People in the UK don't have an understanding of Western civilization.
Oh sure.
I agree with you that it was the West, but the average person in the UK and in Europe in general have no conception of what Western civilization is built on. That's why Europe is in the state that it's in right now. I'm sorry, you can't.
Do you think they should be more? Do you think they should have stronger immigration laws and? That would make more sense.
And by the way, the Enlightenment, and I'm just reading right now because I knew you were wrong. The Enlightenment was built upon the Greek, Roman, Christian base that I was.
I said that.
Then the Reformation. The Reformation is but the Enlightenment didn't reject Christianity. The Reformation.
is a direct rejection of.
The Reformation was what secularized the Christian authority, meaning separation of state and church. And then we have the Industrial Revolution.
We're
which
here,
is technological,
it's Julian
but it just helped shape, the Reformation and the Enlightenment. But then, I mean, it is the three pillars that I just mentioned to you, were the Christian values, which encompass ethics, morality, and personhood. Then the Roman law, which is order, institutions, and legalism, and then Greek philosophy.
You want to listen to Lisa speak
inquiry,
English? She's practicing her English.
So those are the things that define the Western world. And Russia has this as well.
What was that, Isa? Tell us again. Tell us the important information.
On like the whole Enlightenment, the whole purpose of the Enlightenment is the fact that we observe reality and we uphold the standard of reality, as opposed to Christianity does not care about that. That's the whole point. Like that's why for the whole
Welcome back to Clown House, where people learn to practice English.
Because it doesn't care about reality. So you can't have philosophy, an era called the Age of Reason, the Enlightenment, where the explicit objective of it is to say we're going